Дякуємо за авто підписникам Меркадо Медіа. В цей час воно нам дуже необхідно.
Дякуємо глядачам каналу Меркадо Медіа за збір на цю автівку. Слава ЗСУ!
Слава Україні! Я головний сержант 2-ї саперної інженерної роти 33-го окремого інженерного батальйону. Хочу висловити подяку Меркадо та його підписникам за таку чудову машину. Ця машина нас приведе ближче до перемоги. Победа за нами, слава Україні!
Hi guys, today I want to appreciate the Mercado Media, all the friends and subscribers and the Navy community for this wonderful pickup truck. Слава Україні!
Героям слава! Всім привіт! Я Вадим, позивний режисер, 42-га окрема механізована бригада. Ми зараз ведемо бої на Харківщині. Дякую Меркадо Медіа і всім підписникам його каналу за придбаний автомобіль. Він дозволить нам ефективно і успішно виконувати бойові завдання на Харківщині. Я сподіваюся, що цей автомобіль дозволить швидше здобути нашу перемогу. Слава Україні!
I want to give a big thank you to Mercado Media and Johnny FD, two close friends who have helped me create this fundraiser between ourselves to help raise funds for what is needed essentially on the front line. And I also want to give a big thank you to both Mercado Media and Johnny FD's followers for helping us achieve this goal of funding the first car for our fundraiser. The car is going to be put to good use on the front lines in aiding us with helping to carry out our mission and also helping us to clear Ukraine of the invader. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Mercado Media, Johnny FD, Kostak Gundi, and all your subscribers for the generous donation of this van. It will help us with our logistics in the International Legion.
Dear friends of NAFO, my name is Pete, hasta la vista, from Project Constantine. This beautiful beast was donated to the brigade that we're friendly with in the forest, 67 Brigade. 69th Infantry Brigade donating to 67. It's pretty cool. I keep bumping into this vehicle in the forest. We never have time. We never have time to actually make any videos or get inside your vehicle and do any missions with it because we're like passing ships in the night here. But Mercado Media, Andrew, you NAFO supporters, it's beautiful to see this grand vehicle that you've got for this brigade because it's a reliable vehicle and I've never seen it anywhere other than in the forest. I've never seen it in the garage. And yes to that, and all Ukrainians must live. Bakhmut is Ukraine. This forest is Ukraine. And Mercado Media and NAFO, you guys are here supporting us, man, and we freaking love you to pieces. Thank you for what you're doing for the soldiers of Ukraine. God bless you. To victory. Do peremoje.
How you doing, everybody? Checking into the stream. Happy Wednesday. As happy as it can be for you. Rest in peace to Pete Fouché from Project Constantine. Always at the start of our intros before the stream. Always with us and always with Ukraine. Speaking of that, really quick, let's go through a couple of Russia's losses before we get to the meat of the stream today. Russian losses as of July 16th are at 1,170 troops, 2 AFVs, 82 vehicles and fuel tanks, 3 tanks, 49 artillery systems, 284 UAVs, and 2 anti-aircraft warfare systems. That is what Russia's losses are today as of July 16th, 2025. 2025. One more thing. If you guys would like to support Ukraine, you have options, but I have one for you here. You guys can support Renegade Chungus and Canty's efforts with Cars for Ukraine. I'll put the link in the chat. Help them out. It's a massive fundraiser with a lot of channels connected, but this one is obviously our mod, Renegade Chungus and Canty, and support their efforts, which go towards a bigger pot. Then you guys could help them finish it today. Renegade Chungus and Canty could finish it. If you guys support these efforts if you want to. Thank you to everybody that has been and anybody that will be. The goal is almost complete. They got 10,000 more, less than 10,000 euro to go. So yeah, you guys could, Renegade Chungus and Canty could bring it home if possible. So I appreciate that. Appreciate all the support continuing for Ukraine. And 600 AFU were surrounded on the front line last night. Okay, probably happens on most front lines. There's Ukrainians surrounded in Pokrovsk. There's Russians surrounded. I mean, it's back and forth. Back and forth. Why would the U.S. need support? Where is that? How about everyone support the USA for what? I mean, other than unless you're trying to support the USA to get Donald Trump out of office, that's certainly something that we need help with. We got protests coming up on Thursday, 2 days from now. So we're gonna have IRL back on the ground news coverage again, which I'm pretty happy about. I love that. It's my favorite. When I like doing breaking news, actually, like here at home, and giving you guys the latest information about what's happening, especially when it's happening. And then I like going out places myself. So Thursday, I'm going to be covering a protest. It is, hold on, let me give you some details. It's here in Minnesota, here in my home state. I mean, I've been posting about it, but Women's March. I think the Women's March are behind it. And so is the 50. I don't know if it's the 50501 protest but it's the Good Trouble Lives On. Tomorrow. Yeah, it's tomorrow already because today's Wednesday. 6 p.m. downtown Minneapolis. So Madan knows about it. There you go. Good Trouble. Join us on July 17th. So 6 p.m. in Minneapolis. I think they're like, I don't know if it's a 50501 event. It might be. I haven't really looked at their Discord in a while. I at this point, I just wait for when the protests happen. I just obviously go and show up. It's not really like, it's just one of those things. Oh, protest, bet I'm there. So I don't really need to be in the know for every single thing, but okay, that's cool. Protest. It could be see that they're tagging the 50501 with it, so it could be a co-op event, but not necessarily the big monthly one. It might be. It is a 505. Okay, cool. So it is the monthly one, as you guys have known since, was it January or February? I think it was it's February. February was when they started. I covered the first one. I think I only missed the March one. I didn't make it out to the March one, as I had personal stuff going on, but I've been to every single one except. So February, didn't make the March one, went to April, was massive. May, June, last month was the No Kings protest. Holy, that was massive. So this will be the monthly protest then. And like I've been telling you guys, there will be a monthly protest through the rest of his presidency. It's just going to happen. There will be a dedicated monthly protest, and I love that, actually. I think it's a good idea. That way people can plan ahead to show up, and I know protests, you don't need to be planned. Like, you can have a protest and you don't need to have rules or whatever. Like, it's whatever. But I think this does help because then people can plan ahead for them, and then they can show up, and then there's more people. Like, these protests have been massive. There's been the most massive consecutive protest I've ever seen in the US, other than BLM, obviously, but that was a movement, and people are out there every single day. But this is not specifically BLM's included. Black Lives Matter is included, obviously, because it's an issue for everybody. But this is more encompassing for everything. When you go to the 50501 protests I've seen, it's every issue is there, and with everyone standing there together, and that's cool. So I think this has been really awesome. Plus, then there's the protests in between too that have been taking place. We've had the ICE protests, and others. We had a union protest. California's had tons because of the National Guard, and that will likely continue. And then just be ready, as we have the Epstein debacle happening right now, that Donald Trump is, what an idiot, huh? What a moron. But he's doing it to himself. And just expect something. I don't know what it is. Could be a war. Could be another military movement in some blue state. But something's going to happen. And I'm going to cover it, obviously. But it's not going to be a distraction, so to say. Because if you follow Mercado Media, we're with everything. Okay, we keep up with everything. Not everything, but everything that I would say is, if you were to tier the issues, because there's many, we try to keep at least the top 10, ish or more of what's going on out here. Because I know we don't cover everything, but the protests every month. I'm out there every month. People are wondering what's happening. Why are people standing against the Trump? There's tons. Just the same, just 75 million people voted for Harris. Okay, 75 million Americans voted for Harris. Only 2 million less than Trump, because of a lot of dumb things that happen. But only 2 million less votes. And as time has gone on in these just 6 months, you can bet, I guarantee you, if you held the election now, it would be an 80 million win for Kamala Harris right now. and we just had like a 6-month test run of Trump 2.0, and it would literally be a Kamala Harris, like it wouldn't even be close right now, okay, because of what's happening. Or and not necessarily you'd have MAGA voting for Kamala Harris, they wouldn't vote, or they'd do a third party vote like some of the Jill Stein leftists did. But even then, I think it would be, I don't think the Jill Stein leftists really did damage, maybe in like the social aspect of it they contributed to it, maybe, but not really. But the shoe is on the other foot though. MAGA sitting out of the Republican election would absolutely destroy it, because the Republican Party is MAGA. Without MAGA, there's nothing there for them. They have nothing, and I think MAGA kind of knows that too a little bit. They know it. Trump knows it, obviously, because that's why he's able to talk the way he is. He's talking as if he's not worried about anything. And that's because without him and without the MAGA movement and base, the Republican Party is so dead. There is nothing. It's just unironically Republican in name only, as they project onto others. But there's nothing left of it. It's gone. All the values that Republicans thought they had are now Democratic values, or whatever. Or they always were, maybe. But that just is what it is. Like, Trump is a wrecking ball, and that's what they voted for, and they constantly say it. And that's what they voted for, so it's what we got, and you got to eat it too. You have your cake, and now you got to eat it with us, I guess. He does, Matthew, doesn't he? Why are you scared to hear what the Russian line troops are saying? Because they're not saying anything often. They just like are kind of deleted. That's why. Like, and they're sent out there to cannon fodder. Why would I care? Why would I care at all? That'd be like asking me why do I care about MAGA's feelings? Like, I understand them. I know that they're being led astray and they're being lied to, but I'm not at this point. I'm not holding value in like their opinions, other than when they're going against the grain. Like, I would hold, like, for example, I would care about a Russian frontline troop opinion if they went against Putin. Like when Prigozhin, ironically, for example, with the Wagner Nazis, when he started going against Putin, that was interesting to me. That was like, oh, now let's hear what Prigozhin has to say. Other than that, I don't give a fuck if the sheep are out there grazing. I don't care. I care that Ukrainians are protected and they are able to fight these sheep that are grazing with their invasion. But it's just like, I don't care about what the pasture says. Okay, I care if there's like a black sheep in the pasture and they're going against the pasture. Let me know who that is. So anyways, just expect something. Just expect it. Don't act surprised. Obviously it will be a distraction. Whatever it will be, don't know what it is. Israel bombed Syria today. Did you guys know that? They bombed the Syrian defense building. Steve was covering. I woke up a little too late, and by the time I was getting ready to start a stream about it, it was like, we can just talk about it later. But yeah, Israel bombing Syria. They're saying it's because of the Druze in Syria. And loosely looking at it, it looks like what the Druze are doing, or like there's like this sect of Druze, and it sounds like they're playing the Russian card with the Syrian government. Not to say the Syrian government is like perfect and great, because it is a mess in terms of like the whole region. It's just like, but this is the best case scenario right now, other than Assad, who was dropping chemical bombs on people. Okay, Jolani is like imperfect. He's not going to be a perfect person. And I think for these regions or these countries that are recovering from literally a terrorist running the country, it's like for example, when Putin leaves, you're not going to have if Putin leaves, or if he's whatever happens to him, in Russia. You're not going to have like a perfect little cutesy Western person there in Russia in charge of it. It's still going to be someone that is like not perfect or whatever, and has issues, and definitely is valid criticism. You're like, there's going to be criticisms of like the next Russian president if Russia decides to like not be terrorist anymore, which I don't think they will be. But for example, that's what happened with Syria. Syria was led by Assad. They had a revolution. It was lit. We watched it. It was live. And then now it's in Jolani runs it, and he's not like a perfect person. He's got previous connections, and he got ISIS gets to operate in some places. So it's like, but who am I to judge when we have Trump as our president? You know what I mean? Who am I to say anything at this point? That's why it's like, it is what it is. Okay. But I feel like the Druze in there acting like Russians, or like the Kremlin with the Druze the speakers of and then that's how they get Israel to carry out more fucking operations. It sounds the same. I could be wrong. I'll accept that. But right now, at least it sounds parallel to the bullshit that Russia plays about the Russian speakers in the east of Ukraine. And it sounds like what the Druze are doing to get the IDF involved in bombing Syria and carrying out more Israeli operations. I've been paying attention more to that. I've been caring more about that than anything else, because I've been not watching it for 3 years, basically. Or I've been like loosely trying to, but it's been the worst space to be involved in ever. So I've not really been there, but it's tough now. Trump's president, and he's openly aiding Israel and carrying out bombing runs for him. So it's like, okay, now Israel is one of my top issues I'm paying attention to, actually. And it's not good. Not good at all. So you had bombing of Syria today that I need to look into more and do some more research on myself. And then the Epstein files that are going and going. And I pinned a comment already. He said Israel already conquered Syria, yet continue to strike the country even though they've already. Are you literally saying that Israel? That's a conspiracy baked within a conspiracy, and I don't even know how to unpack that yet. So I already know why you're saying Israel conquered Syria, because that you're saying that it's a like a CENTCOM operation, and Israel obviously is like CENTCOM ain't doing nothing without Israel. Okay. But I'm not like, it was a long time coming for Assad to get removed from Syria. Like, to even argue that Assad was a leader that should stay as the president, well, he's bombing people with barrels for how long? That he was the biggest reason why Syria was like, there's so many sects just constantly fighting each other because of his leadership. And at least Jolani was able to at least temporarily bring them together to overthrow Assad, which shows that there's something there, and it's possible to bring all the groups together, at least for a common cause. And if Syria can figure that out, good for them. It's not my country. Okay. In terms of like what happens, just like Ukraine, like the internal ins and outs of like Ukraine and the government, I don't know. I don't really, I have my criticisms of like the command of the military and some military units that are like Soviet brain, and that's dumb. And I'll definitely say that. But in terms of like what happens, it's not my say so. Like, what am I going to say? I care more about what happens in like the United States in terms of like the ins and outs of the government and our policies, etc. Like, I just hope, in terms of like, for example, Ukraine's policies, I hope the best. I hope they have the best for their people, but I'm not involved in that. I don't care about lobbying for it. I want just to protect. I want to help Ukraine. That's basically it. Just like, hey, we have weapons. We signed security agreements with Ukraine after we denuke them, and that's all I care about really seeing through, is that we help Ukraine and defend their country, stop the Russian invasion as much as we can. But in terms of like Ukraine's internal dealings, that's kind of up to Ukrainians. It's not really my say so, or any American say so. Just like Syria, like Syria, we have our troops there, and we've tried to assist the rebels in fighting against Assad with the Kurds, and now Assad's gone. You got Jolani there now, and honestly, I hope the best, seriously, because the Syrian people have gone through bad, very, very dark times under Assad, and I hope that now with this government, it's a better outcome. But you got Israel bombing you. You got Israel striking has there been a Middle Eastern country they haven't bombed yet? Like seriously, dude. It's like we're trying to Trump, and the Trump administration will say, "Hey, we got peace negotiations. You know, we got peace treaties with Israel. We got it. Ceasefire." And then, like, literally 2 days later, Israel bombs this Middle Eastern country. It's like, bro, what is happening? And it's just wild because this is all happening with his own drama at home. It's like he's not even making decisions that would be good for his own base now, right? He's made bad decisions for Americans, for all Americans since January 6th. Well, even before that, but truly, like, you know, he could have been a bad president and been really far right and not good and definitely be labeled that way without undermining American democracy completely, or like trying to rip back the fabric of like America and like what we are as a country with our Constitution and the laws and shit, which still obviously need to be, you know, reformed and amended, and those can always change in terms of like if we decide that. So I'm not one of those people that are like, this is the I'm just happy that there is a document. I'm happy that it exists and that we have something that like lays the groundwork for, you know, our society. But I feel like it can still be reformed, especially as, you know, time goes on and things change, and our reality is different than back in the 1700s. So I'm cool with reform to the government, obviously, and that's why I've kind of became more, I guess, progressive, I guess, with that. But I'm still happy that there's that we have a constitution and that we have a rule of law like we do, even though it could be better, obviously, and it sucks in a lot of places, but I'm glad that it still exists. And Donald Trump decided that none of that matters. None of that matters at all. And he wanted to keep himself in power as the president. And that should have been the final straw for all Americans. That should have been it. That should have been the GGs right then and there, when he decided that when he lost the election in 2020, that he was going to both lie about it and tell everyone that, no, I really won, and then say that it was stolen. So he really won, and then it was stolen from him. And then after that, physically get his supporters to raid the U.S. Capitol to physically stop the certification of Joe Biden as president, because that's America. The parties are the parties, and that sucks, and all that is valid for sure. But America is America because we change leadership. Okay, we don't have a dictator. We don't have someone that remains president forever, and it's also been the blueprint for other Western countries to copy. Because like even the Brits, like, they have their king still, or their queen, but they're kind of really just kind of they got the money and they kind of finance things, and they're kind of just more of like they're not really like, you know, running the thing. Really, maybe they are with their money, but they got the prime minister, and there's things that have changed in other Western countries over time that's kind of mimicked or at least copied American, the way our government changes over. So we don't have a perpetual leader or dictator. And Donald Trump decided, nope, we're not going to do that. I'm going to stay in power illegally. I don't care about the Constitution. I don't care about the rule of law. And I really won. I won the presidency, not Biden. Okay. And then had his supporters raid the Capitol. Not only do that, but then he pardoned them all. He had them raid the Capitol. They faced temporary justice, not long enough. I feel like they should be in Gitmo, actually. Okay. I feel like those January 6ers should have been given the same, you know, put in the same military camp that we put in terrorists that attacked our country, because you're attacking democracy. You are attacking our country. Like that's that's up there with some of the worst things I've ever seen happen to our country. And those people should have been made an example of, including Trump. And that's why I was disappointed with Biden, because he actually did not use the Department of Justice to actually hold Trump accountable for January 6th. Actually did not. That was weak. Okay. Biden was weak on that. Still is. Still, or well, forever will be. Contrary to MAGA crying that Trump was under persecution, and oh God, it was just the worst. So the one thing that I'm excited for about this is that this Epstein news will peel back a veil of cope. I don't want to call it cope. A veil of Trump being able to lie to his base, And now they won't like accept it right away. Not all of them. Some will. Some will just say, "Ah, Trump's right. I'm in a cult. I'm comfortable here, and I'm staying put." And they'll still believe whatever the fuck Trump says. So there will still be those people, but a lot of people are not going with that, and they're not. And this is gonna peel back a veil. This is what how it started for me, I guess. Was, well, it was 2020, 2019-ish, but it wasn't. It was for me, I guess, and it won't be everybody, but it's got to be something. Got to start somewhere. And for me, it was I didn't like I didn't like the far right shit. I didn't like the Unite the Right rally. I wasn't with the white nationalist stuff at all. I hated that. That was cringe, internet edgelord, Nazi shit. I didn't like that ever. So when it became more prevalent and was like the driving force of it around 2018-19, I was like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm still a Republican, I think, conservative, but I'm not. Nah, this shit is weird. Like, I can't even criticize him. This was in 2018-19, like, as a conservative. Like, you couldn't, like, even then, if you said anything bad about Trump, you were like, you got fucking castrated. If you posted on your Facebook in 2018-19 something anti-Trump and you have all conservatives on your Facebook and shit, you were cooked. You were ratioed. You were done. Oh, what are you, lib? What are you, liberal now? Like, there'd be a mass shooting. There'd be a mass shooting in 2019 or 18, and then you'd go, damn, can there be a accountability for the shooter? Or, like, you know, some gun, you know, I'm for guns. Guns are cool for me. I like shooting them. Okay. I like video games that have weapons in them. Not really a fan of war, but like just the fact of being able to protect yourself, protect your family, you know, go hunting, you know, whatever, or like competitions, I guess. Video games are fine because they're in video games. But I wasn't cool with kids being killed. I'm still not. So I was just like, yeah, maybe some gun reform would be okay. You know, maybe the craziest people shouldn't have guns. Maybe people that are like fucking mentally insane shouldn't have a firearm. That's probably a good idea, right? Wow, what are you, a communist? What is this? What is this communism? I'm like, bro, I think psychotic people shouldn't have anything. I don't even want them to have a fork, let alone a firearm. And so that was like what started it for me. I think it was the Parkland shooter, and then it was just like, and then January 6th was it. That was truly it for me, because I myself, along with many others in chat, actually had to swear an oath to this shithole. Okay, we had to swear an oath to this country to protect it, and then we were yelled at for a long time to really bring that part home, and we were like had to sweat for hours, and like we were punished if we didn't do the thing we were told by the drill instructor or the drill sergeant, and then we had to wear the flag on our shoulder for years, and then we got sent overseas to go do stuff for that country. And then we came back, and then our mental health isn't the same anymore, or like our families aren't the same anymore. We did all that because our country, my flag, my country. All right. And so I guess it hits a little different for like that aspect of it, because we swore an oath, which for some people, I guess it is what it is. It's fuck that, I guess. Just cringe, raising your hand and swearing something. That's dumb. What are you, what are you in a cult? But I mean, it is what it is. It's a lot of efforts, a lot of hours put into that too. 10 years of military is a time. Okay. And a lot of late days and missed birthdays or missed holidays or missed this or missed that, all for doing whatever for America, I guess. And so because of that, a lot of us are not going to be too okay with the fabric of the democracy and the thing that we had to swear to protect and also do a lot of bullshit for, led by this clown. Like, that was it for me. But a lot of people decided to still stay in the circus. Okay. A lot of people decided to stay in that. And 5 years later now, over 5 years later now. And it's still taken until this Epstein list. I don't know. Some people have been falling off though for the 6 months. Like we can't lie and say that people haven't been falling off of MAGA since he took office. Honestly, like there was a time when he first won, they had like 2 weeks of like, we won, fuck you, like, and then it was like, oh, our benefits, oh no, my Medicaid, oh no, I need that, oh no. Why did I lose my job? Oh my God. Why is the federal government patrolling my city? I thought they were going to deport the MS-13, not workers or whatever. Or some of them are Nazis, so they don't care. They're fine with it. But a lot of people that are normal-ish, they're still in a cult, but are like still normal-ish, are not cool with that. And they're like, I wanted MS-13 and cartels to be deported, not the fucking workers. Okay. Or bombing of, or more help to Israel. Okay. I thought Trump was and for me, which is ironic, these last 2 stories that are happening are ironic. Okay. Because I support Ukraine. I want Ukraine to be armed. MAGA doesn't. Because they've been lied to about Ukraine. The same lies that you've heard from Ukraine from your influencers are the same ones that told you that this Epstein list was a thing. I want you to remember that. Okay? So Trump helping Ukraine will hurt him. It is what it is. It's going to hurt him. And also this Epstein list, is destroying him now. Okay? So if he the only thing he can do to salvage some support now is actually to support Ukraine, but it's going to hurt him too. So it's supporting Ukraine right now is a double-edged sword. Because MAGA, the isolationist anti-war MAGA that are half correct with Israel, but are fucking cooked and don't know what they're talking about with Ukraine at all, dumbasses on Ukraine, are going to have the same shit that they've been saying for 3 years when it comes to Trump supporting Ukraine like he said he was. We'll still see if it happens. I don't think it will, but we'll see. Sounds good. Sounds like a lot of good support coming, but I don't think so. We'll see. But that's going to be bad. You're gonna have Marge crying. You're gonna have the Hodge, Tucker Carlson. Well, all of the bigger voices that helped carry MAGA over the finish line in 2024 are gonna be back and better than ever. Especially since they have nothing to lose now. Like Trump, in theory, only has the rest of his term, and then they're fucked anyways. So if you're like Tucker Carlson or like the Gray Zone or whoever, you don't care what you're gonna grift the fuck out of this. You're gonna make so much money. You're gonna have so many viewers because who gives a shit anymore? Like MAGA could die anyways. Who cares, right? That we'll worry about the next thing when it comes up. I don't care about your stupid red hat movement, little sheep grazing ass shit that you've ever been a part of. They're going to talk about whatever. So you're going to have all those freaks crying about support to Ukraine. I'm going to be cheering it on. You're going to be hurt and crying. But guess what? If Trump decides to do something with Israel, we'll be on the same team again. Oh, we'll be together, but then you'll be like, oh, I miss that. Oh, I miss agreeing with people. I hate being in this situation where I feel like I have to explain Trump every 5 minutes because I don't understand what's happening. And I'm confused, and I was told that there was an Epstein list, and now there's not, and then there was, and then there wasn't, and then he said that I'm weak now. Trump called me weak if I care about the Epstein list. This is bro. Honestly, one of the best. I mean, it's one of the best things that could have happened for us that care, actually. If you're a MAGA cultist, I mean, you're going to fall where you fall at this point. You're not going to have people like, I mean, my community will be fine for you, I suppose. You can land here, but you're not going to find a soft landing at this point. You're not going to find that. Your soft landing was maybe in 2020. Like people like me that voted for him once. We're cool. We're okay, actually. There's some people that hate us still, but we voted for him one time. We're like, some of us are Democrats now. Okay. But you're gonna but if you really voted for him 3 times, like, man, that's gonna be a tough one. I just want you to understand that. But at least don't ever get involved in a political cult again. What the fuck is wrong with you? The fuck is going on out here, dude? America needs to look in the mirror. This shit was cutesy and cool, I thought, back in 2015, 16. Because I was lied to my whole life on Fox News saying that liberals were evil. So I was like, oh, Donald Trump exists? Oh, he's going to own the libs? Oh, fuck yeah, that's what I like. And then I've gotten older now, and I guess just owning the libs is not a political ideology for me. Like liberal, like I will, like if like some liberals are cringe, and like some leftists are cringe, I guess. The left, just like the right is, but having an entire identity about just let's own the libs, just to have everything we do to make libs mad, that's just not gonna work at all, because there's nothing there outside of that. What is there? There's no policy, there's no reform other than tax breaks for billionaires. That exists. More money to the ultra rich, that's happening. So people that are already stupid rich are getting more money from this presidency, and people that have less money are getting even less, and you have to pay more for things. And all of his campaign promises about cheaper groceries, cheaper gas, cheaper this, cheaper that, not happening. Sorry. Just hate to break it to you. I tried to hit I was breaking all of 2024. I broke me. A breaking Mercado broke. And after reading that fucking document and watching hours upon hours of his stupid campaign rallies, in which I literally wanted to jump off my fucking balcony by the time it was done. It was so bad. But I did it anyways, and my chat hated me because we'd sit there and watch Trump for 3 fucking hours. And it was the worst thing I've ever heard. And even if I wanted to support him, I'd be like the crowd that was watching him and falling asleep. It was the worst, trying to get through that shit. And I knew 6 months before the election, I knew years before, because he tried to January 6th the country. But even leading up to the election, all of this shit was on the wall. It was there. He actually was screaming it. I'm going to do nothing for you. I'm going to give all your money to billionaires, and I want you to hate trans people and immigrants. And that's what's going to happen. And then also Slava Israel. And Israel will get the biggest, well, God, Netanyahu's going to love me. Like, that's basically it. That's what we got right now. Nothing else. Literally nothing else. And then the fascism in the country with the ICE. So Donald Trump put this out for his MAGA base this morning, and the rest of us to read. But this one's really at the heart of the MAGA base. Okay, this message wasn't for people like me that fell off of MAGA, or people on the left that obviously never supported him or have been politically opposed to him from the beginning. This one was right at the heart of MAGA. Okay, this is for the MAGA Trump supporters. All right. The radical left Democrats have hit pay dirt again. All right. Let's see. How did we hit pay dirt? Just like the fake and fully discredited Steele dossier. So you're now comparing the Epstein files to the Steele dossier, which should honestly, if now you're sus about the Epstein files, now you should look into the Steele dossier, MAGA. We want to have some fun. You should look into that next. It's gonna be so much fun. You're gonna have a lot of fun with this. The lying 51 intelligence agents, the laptop from hell, which the Dems swore had come from Russia. That's wild. No, I don't think that ever. Never heard the Democrats say it was a Russian laptop. I know some cringe politician said it was like a Russian. They were using Russian narratives with it. But they never said that the laptop came from Russia. Came from Hunter Biden's bathroom. And even the Russia scam itself is totally fake and made up story used to order the crooked Hillary Clinton's big loss in the 2016 election. Still talking about Hillary. Notice how he's capitalizing things. He's labeling them because they're brands. Guys. His words are brands. He's branding his words, which means he can sell them because they're not real. The laptop from hell is a brand, or a you could name that a fucking your computer company or whatever. I got the laptop from hell. The intelligence. It's all campaign speak, campaign slogans, and he does this to keep people in a fucking cult. Because then you can go, oh yeah, I remember the laptop from hell. That's the Hunter Biden. I remember that one. Russia, Russia, Russia. I remember that one. What is Russia, Russia, Russia? What is that? You know what it is with just reading those 3 fucking words. Why do you know that? Because you're in a cult. You're not. It's not called the Mueller report, the Mueller investigation into the Russian connection with the Trump administration. All Trump needs to say is Russia, 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 and motherfuckers know exactly what the fuck that means. Why is that? Oh, because he brands all of his talking points and he uses it to keep people in a goddamn cult. And it works. A totally fake and made up story in order to hide crooked Hillary Clinton's big loss in the 2016 presidential election. These scams and hoaxes are all the Democrats are good at. Oh, all these scams and hoaxes, all of them, which is wild, right? He's the president. If all these are scams and hoaxes, as the president with the full power invested within him and the full control of the government, why are you not getting information about the Steele dossier? Who are the names of these 51 intelligence agents? Give us unleash the whole fucking laptop, even though it has, but let your base act like, just put the laptop in the museum in the Trump library and let your base go and just fucking play on the laptop, whatever they want to do with it. The Mueller report, let your base read that too. Put that on upload that to Hunter Biden's laptop that they can go read on your fucking library, and then they can read the Russia fucking Mueller report with the Hunter Biden dick pics, and they can just sit there and then you can cast Hunter Biden's cock up on the wall, and then they can just look at that as they walk in and like have a statue of Hunter Biden's cock as they enter the Trump library. Only before they have to pass the Hillary Clinton lost section, just before the Kamala Harris lost section. These scams and hoaxes are all the Democrats are good at. It's all they have. They are no good at governing, no good at policy, and no good at picking winning candidates. Projection. Holy projection. MAGA, are you tired of losing local elections? Do you know why you lose local elections? Do you know why you lose simple shit? Do you know why you have Democrats in your rural areas now? And I'm going to continue to help with that too. Northern Minnesota has a Republican problem. You guys are poor and fucking shitty up there. Do you know why? Because you're led by Republicans. We're going to fix that. Don't worry. Don't worry. We got Stauber rallies and anti-Stauber rallies. Duluth, you're done. Your Republican shit is so done. Anywhere in Minnesota we got Republicans, I'm bringing my platforms to them and getting them the fuck out of there and helping the Democratic candidate win. Or at least try to. Might not win everywhere. Pretty rural, pretty red, but we can figure it out. This is a perfect time to do it because they're being lied to right now. MAGA is being lied to in the most extreme way possible. Okay, and this is the perfect time to start right now. Democrats, if you're running for anything, now is the time. You should be in all red districts right now. Everywhere. If you're a Democrat and you're running for midterms, you need to be in red districts right now, talking to voters and getting the Republicans the fuck out of them, because all they're doing is just sucking their communities dry, taking all of their benefits in their own little small communities, destroying your small town, and then you got some bumfuck Amazon big whatever the fuck factory in your small town now, or your previous thing that kept your economy going, like a car dealership or some industry thing, is dead, and then they bring in some big fat corporate thing, and then now you can't live there anymore. Then now rich people are gonna start moving into your town, and then you're fucked and you don't have a home anymore. That's what Republicans do to small towns, or they just let them die completely, and then you're just dead there. And there's nothing happening, and then they blame that this is Democrats doing this to you. It's the Democrats. So that's a lot of projection. They are no good at governing, no good at policy, and no good at picking winning candidates. So Trump doesn't pick winners, okay, unless it's in an absolute deep red district. But even then, it was getting scary for them. The fact that you had Florida Republicans almost losing, like they won, but it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be close in the deep red districts. That was in 2020, earlier this year. Wisconsin, Supreme Court, Elon Musk, how'd that go for you? How'd that go? Is that fun? Losing? You like losing? As Trump does everywhere else. He can't fucking scam himself in. So that's all wild, and he has no policy either. They had the Project 2025, which is the policy, but he denied it. The Project 2025, I don't know what that is. It's the administration's policy, but it's written by, unironically, when he blames Biden for the auto pen, you have his whole policy written by the Heritage Foundation. Okay, so his whole shit is written by a big, literal deep state think tank called the Heritage Foundation that have been embedded in shit since Reagan, or before then probably, but definitely Reagan was like one of their first big victories. Also, unlike Republicans, they stick together like glue. I can tell you right now, nope. No, they don't. Democrats do not stick together. Nope. What? Hello? Did you remember hey, MAGA, remember the 2024 election, and remember how many like progressives and leftists were not down with Kamala? Maybe some of them voted for her in the very end, but most of them were not going, and like they were protesting her, and it was a mess, and it still is a shit show, and it sucks. Remember? I remember. It wasn't that long ago. That's not facts at all. Okay, people like settle for Democrats on the left. If the left had it their way, they'd have way more progressive candidates and people in office. But because the Democratic Party holds them back, they have to settle for mid oftentimes. Not always though. Looking good in New York. Looking good in other places. We have a pretty cool Omar Fateh in Minneapolis. He's running for mayor. It'd be probably the progressive choice there over mid-ass Jacob Fry. So it's happening. We'll see how it goes in Minneapolis, for example. But we're seeing more and more progressive candidates like win now because of people don't want mid from the Democratic Party. And the Republicans have literally gone full fascism. So you literally the Democrats are unironically like the centrist party. And then you have nothing for the actual progressives. So they have to settle for Democrats or get lucky with progressive Democratic victories. And then on the right, it's the fascism. Like there's nothing there. There's no like in between there. It's fascism, dictatorship for Donald Trump. And that's it. So it's really, there's a lot more issues on the left in terms of people getting along. On the right, you got to just support Trump. And right now it's fucked, and it's going to lose. The midterms are going to be a nightmare for MAGA. What's her name? You got Marjorie Taylor Greene's opponent out funding her right now. I don't know if I can't remember his name. What's Marjorie Taylor Greene's political opponent? There you go. Yeah, Sean Harris. Sean Harris for Georgia. Jewish space laser lady who has Georgia red deep MAGA, and it's not like she's in a comfortable district. I'm not gonna lie, like she's in a one that she should win, because it's like these types of people. This is what it is. Like they're cool with all of her craziness because it owns the libs. But at some point, like now that the libs aren't being owned. No libs are being owned, and all the promises that you made to own libs are not happening, to the point where he's saying that it was a hoax anyways. What do you mean I'm going to own the libs? Who said I was going to own the libs? Are we still talking about that? Are we still? Because, guys, remember, to MAGA, the Epstein files is a bunch of Democrats. Remember that. Okay, it started back in 2019 when Trump retweeted a bullshit story about the Hillary Clinton connection to Epstein. That's when it really started. And then that went from there to, there's a Democrat cabal connected to Epstein. And then the news was like, let's look into that. Oh, wow, look at all these photos. Look at all these photos with Trump. Look at all these photos of Trump and Epstein hanging out, dude. How about all that? How about this guy says that, okay, well, how about Trump and Epstein hanging out like their whole life when they were young? How about this video? How about that one when there's like young whatever dancing or whatever, and like Trump is like biting his lower lip and like whispering into Epstein's ear and like making him laugh and shit. And then MAGA was like, oh, no, see, he kicked him out. They kicked him out. He can't go to Mar-a-Lago. No, they weren't friends. Trump kicked him out. And like that, they coped. They put a shield of cope back then. This was 2019, 2020, because the news hit them. This is, look at 2019 uploaded. Watch. 2019. Wow, that was a while ago. But MAGA loves having shield of cope and safe space in front of their face, so that way they can Trump is my president. Okay, both sides are bad, but Trump is my president. It's my favorite one. It's my favorite MAGA bullshit. Both sides are so bad. God, but boy, have I only voted Republican. Boy, there's never anyone worse than like a both sides are bad, but I've only voted Republican my whole life. Ass motherfucker, bro.
A 1992 party at Mar-a-Lago. Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein shared a joke and a laugh. NFL cheerleaders danced among the crowd. The video from NBC's archives was shot more than a decade before Epstein served 13 months in a Florida jail for procuring a minor for prostitution.
Oof.
Probably
for Trump.
Last week, after Epstein pleaded not guilty to new federal sex trafficking charges, the president characterized their relationship.
People in Palm Beach knew him. He was a fixture in Palm Beach. I had a falling out with him a long time ago. I don't think I've spoken to him for 15 years. I wasn't a fan.
But in a 2000...
I wasn't a fan. That's another conservative favorite thing to say. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. Like they're like they're on a football team or they're a sports fan. And like everything that happens is whether they're a fan or not a fan of it. I can't stand it. Can't stand it, dude. You're not cheering for a goddamn team here. Stop saying that.
Magazine article, Trump called Epstein a terrific guy, adding, "It is even said he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side."
Oof. What does that mean, MAGA? What does that mean? MAGA, Trump supporters, Trump voters, 2024, 2020. What does that mean? What does that mean? Remember, this came out in 2019 when your boy was still president the first time. And then you put shield of cope in front of you. You kicked him out. You can't go to Mar-a-Lago. Trump said so. What's the source? Trump told me. Trump told me that I don't even know him now. Or you like he was, but I don't know him now.
A 2002 magazine article, Trump called Epstein a terrific guy, adding, "It is even said he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side." On Thursday, a federal judge will decide if Epstein gets out on bail. Prosecutors have argued he is both a risk to the public.
He won't, obviously. We know what happens. We know the spoiler to this story, but remember, this came out in 2019. But that's wild. We know what happens.
To the public and a flight risk, citing his more than $500 million wealth, piles of cash, loose diamonds, and an expired foreign passport under a different name, but with Epstein's photo. His residence listed as Saudi Arabia.
Of course.
The defense team said the passport was acquired.
Trump loves Saudi Arabia. Boy, do they get some good Saudi deals for the Trump, whatever his business is called, the Trump company.
From Austria in the 80s.
Loser company.
For personal protection when Epstein traveled in the Middle East, stating their client was concerned about kidnappers, hijackers, or terrorists. Tonight, decades later...
For what country? Oh boy, I gotta stop.
Epstein's fate is in the hands of a federal judge. Stephanie Gosk and...
We have nothing to do with him. He's not one of ours. Oh. You don't need... Let's finish reading this tweet. Then we're watching one of the funniest videos I've seen recently. I'm gonna cry, you're gonna cry. And I hope I don't get copyrighted on YouTube. I should be fine. Anyways. Back to Trump's tweet. Also, unlike Republicans, they stick together like glue. As I told you, the left does not do that. Their new scam is what we will call forever the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. So this is now the Jeff Epstein hoax, guys. So what does that tell you about everything else he's called a hoax for the people that are still on this fucking train? Most of us are off, and I'm not talking to you. Okay, the ones that are still on this train that watch my stream, and I know you're watching, and I know you don't know what to do right now, and you're so confused, and you're lost, and things seem unclear, but it's so easy to to get your head out of your ass. Okay, it's not that hard. Okay, you're gonna have to face some truths. You've been wrong a lot. Most 99% of everything you've ever said politically has been either you've been lied to about it, or you have feelings that were created because you were also lied to. Or you had propaganda growing up, or you had Fox News on in your house, you were influenced by a conservative that also didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. And so you carry those beliefs your whole goddamn life, and then it's easy to fall into this when you're like that. Because what else is true for you? There is no other truth, I guess, because you've only had one comfortable existence. So if you're still on this Trump train or whatever, and you still support this loser, or you did, I want you to understand that he's calling this the Jeff Epstein hoax, just like he has with everything else, which should tell you what, if he's calling this a hoax now. And my past supporters have bought into this bullshit hook, line, and sinker, so you don't owe that guy anything anymore anyways. There you go. You're a past supporter anyways now. If you were still on the Trump train 12 hours ago, you have no reason to be on that thing anymore. You're a past supporter anyways. He called you, not me. Trump is calling you a past supporter. What does that mean? Yeah, damn, you could have been a Trump supporter before at 9:42 in the morning this morning, still hoping for something. And now if you even so far as cared about the Epstein client list or whatever the fuck, you are now a past supporter. And that's his own words. You're done. You're out. You're kicked out of MAGA now. You can't be from the president himself. No longer. They haven't learned their lesson and probably never will, even after being conned by the lunatic left for 8 long years. Is that Obama's presidency? Tell you, boy, Obama being president did some of the worst for the worst of our country. Like when Obama won, we had our first black president ever. For the Nazis and racists that exist in our country, that was like the end of America. America died when Obama became president for them, and that's why we're in this. Actually, that's why we're in this far right shit show, is because of how racist our country can be, and and people within it. And people that are rich within it didn't like that Obama, who was black, won the presidency and held the office for 2 straight terms and was fucking one of the goats of all of our presidents, actually. Wasn't perfect, but in terms of our economy and getting the Affordable Care Act for Americans and like some serious domestic moves, wasn't the best geopolitically, just like Biden. I've noticed like Democrats, you got to improve your geopolitics. The geopolitics of it all, that'll show you. If you're a Democrat and support Israel, that's an L. That's an L for you now. Okay, if any left Democrat comes out and says I support Israel, you're done. I'm just letting you know that now. Okay, so that needs to be improved. But Obama was obviously like drone striking the fuck out of places, so it's like that happened. But domestically though, Obama did a shitload for Americans and like help and like a lot for the working class actually. Anyways, well, the racist right hated that obviously, and literally this is the end of America and we're done now. And so they've played the Great Replacement theory, fucking male loneliness epidemic, red pill shit. Oh god, it's been a whole grift of social control of right wingers since Obama's victory and winning, and it's been ever since. And then that's how Trump rose, because Trump rose out of the victimhood, little bitch conservative feelings after Obama, and that's why Trump was even able to rise, because of that exactly. So then Trump goes on to say, I have had more success in 6 months than perhaps any president in our country's history. And all of these people want to talk about, with strong prodding by the fake news and the success-starved Dems, is the Jeff Epstein hoax. The Jeffrey Epstein hoax, you guys. So, number one, it hasn't had, what success have we had, really? I mean, be so serious. The tariffs have crippled small businesses. They've literally destroyed small businesses. People like MAGA. There's a lot of them they're right-wing. A lot of right-wing rich people out here, actually. We have people say there's definitely some rich Democrats in certain states for sure, and in cities, but a lot of people that are right and far right are rich, that are like at the in the elite area. A lot of them are not rich though. A lot of it's either, I feel like conservatives are either dirt poor or like the ultra rich that want to keep their dirt poor conservatives caring about dumb shit that is irrelevant, like immigrants and trans people. They're relevant, but not in the way that conservatives care about. They want to like delete those people, and that's just wrong. A lot of conservatives out here would rather not have trans people or immigrants at all, and that's just completely wrong. And that sucks that Trump's campaign was successful based on that hatred. Nothing else. There was really nothing else there. No policy, nothing for Americans. The big bullshit bill did nothing for Americans, like a working class. Zero. It took your benefits away and gave tax breaks to the ultra rich. And that's what it was. Nothing else. So you've had that. You had tariffs, which still are coming back, by the way. August deadline's coming up. So you're going to have an economy tank again. We're going to have economy postings go up on my Facebook, and MAGA will cry. And remember when MAGA was coping and like, no, show all of it. And like they would show the fucking 30-year graph of the American economy. And yeah, if you throw 30 years, it's like, that's why we're the richest country on earth, because it's constant success, just going up. But when you look at smaller picture and you do smart people thing with analysis, and you're okay, well, we're declining right now. Let's zoom into the part that actually matters. MAGA doesn't want to see that. Nope. Trust the plan. Trust the plan. Trust the plan. Trust the plan. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. I trust him. That's my Trump. It's my president. Tariffs, wrong. That sucks. That tanks our economy every time, but they're coming back. Okay, so he's done that. He's bombed Iran for no other reason other than Israel. That does fuck all for the American people. He's worried about some Iranian assassination attempt on himself that is still what is yet to be seen, or even a serious threat at all. Could be something there, but other than that, what does that do for us? Okay, I don't give a fuck. It does nothing for the American worker. It does nothing for anyone that's trying to provide for their family. For bombing Tehran, or Israel bombed Tehran, for bombing Iran, does nothing for Americans. And also could have, luckily didn't, but still has the potential to draw Americans into another Middle Eastern war that the overwhelming majority do not want to be a part of. The overwhelming majority do not want to be a part of any Middle Eastern war ever again, because that was dumb. That was so dumb. And we don't get anything out of it, actually, other than death and debt. There's nothing there for us. So and then you have now the Epstein files, which you've had your own administration come out and say, yeah, they're coming in this presidency. Anyways, let's finish this and we'll continue. So again, he's calling it the Epstein hoax. Let these weaklings, his words. So he's calling his Trump support base weaklings. Continue forward and do the Democrats' work. Don't even think about talking about our incredible and unprecedented success, because I don't want their support anymore. Bro. So have you been riding with Trump all year through all the it's nonstop, all this Texas, all of this, you've been riding with him, and then he absolutely tells you to go fuck yourself. Actually, like he should have just said, if you care about the Epstein files, go fuck yourself, have a nice day. Like he should have just said that instead of all. But he's extra. He's a drape designer, actually, so he has to put a big fucking thing out. So, there you go. Thank you for your attention. Make America great again. There you go. Let these weaklings continue forward and do Democrats' work. So, number one, he's hurting. He's hurting for sure in this. Trying to draw a line in the sand. Like, you talk about the Epstein files, you're a Democrat now. Just that's where we're at. If we even so far as bring up the Epstein files, you're a lib now. Congratulations, welcome. We have cookies and we have weed. You are a lib now. You're a rhino. How's that feel? You didn't even do anything. You were just going along for what he said he was going to do. He said he was going to release the Epstein files, right? He told you. Pam Bondi had it on her fucking desk, for Christ's sake. You got your Kash Patel. You got your Bongino in there, in the government, bro. You're the same dudes that were lying to you for years about the Epstein files and saying that they have them, and that there's Democrats in there, and that Trump is going to expose it all. He's going to tell you everything. He's going to expose it. Everything will be, what's not seen will become seen. It's talking like in religious parables. It's their favorite. That's a conservative's favorite, is to pretend like there's some religious preacher and then take current events and then do like religious speak. What isn't spoken will be heard. Dumb fucks, bro. So stupid. So dumb. And that shit works on people. Okay, it's like Houdini or magic tricks on people. Okay, what's unwritten will be wrote. He will unearth all of this in the name of God. A lot of them invoke God too. So you got to add that part too. So God, Trump was sent by God to expose the Democrat pedophiles, but unfortunately, it seems that Trump is protecting them now. Is Trump a Democrat then, MAGA? I want to see how this happens. So Tim Pool tried the spin. And this is one of the takes. I just want to show you what the spin is, because they're spins. They gotta find a way out of this somehow. How are we gonna do this? So Tim Pool tried and said that, wow, it's actually insane that Democrats voted to have the U.S. government publish child porn. What is even going on? That's certainly one way you can try to get out of this. And, hey, wow, let's make it about Democrats wanting to show child porn. Yeah. Wow. Number one, not only are they the pedophiles in the thing, they're trying to show everything. Wow. How could they? How could they? You want to show everything? We can't have that because there's child porn in it. That's a strat. Or you keep your MAGA base, which is likely to happen. I think the MAGA base will stay, but then they'll just call Trump a Democrat now or whatever, and say that Trump is actually Democrat, which could be dangerous though, because then we'll go even further right. You think you're far right now, boy. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen. I think that's the worst case scenario. Worst case scenario is MAGA, which they are turning on Trump, but they turn on him in a way that is going to not be good at all. And that will be bad. Then you will have JD Vance, and then even more fascist tech AI freaks that don't fall asleep through speaking and aren't viral cringe lords like Trump is. That will actually like sound intelligent when they're speaking, and it will be bad. That will be very bad. But I will see how it goes with that. But I have a timeline for you. In ChatGPT, speaking of AI, help me put together a little timeline of all the Trump statements on the Epstein files. And oh boy, we go back to 2019 with it. So this is where it started. Early conspiracies in 2019 were on August 10th. Trump retweeted the Clinton Epstein conspiracy. Hey, Washington Post is the source for that. And I wish I had the tweet. Maybe we can look each one of these up. I tried to have the AI give me the source so I could just click it. Is this it? Trump once fueled Jeffrey Epstein conspiracy. Yeah. Where's the tweet though? Trump wrote on Saturday. Trump was friendly. Yeah, we know that. False claims that Barack Obama's birth certificate was fake. Birther. Oh, that goes back to Obama, like I said. The birther thing. That Obama wasn't really born in America. He's Kenyan. It's just the most racist fucking losers, bro. And then they pretend like they're not. And then if you call them a racist Nazi, they play victim. Wow, I can't even have an opinion anymore without being called a racist Nazi. Just fucking ridiculous. Ridiculous ass shit, dude. I can't stand this shit anymore. This shit is so wild. It's just wild to me, man. Trump further leading the conspiracy mindset of pointing to senior positions people who have similarly used conspiracy theories to make broad accusations of corruption and abuse, most notably FBI Director Kash Patel and Deputy Director Dan Bongino, like I said, who literally are in those positions because of their statements about the Epstein files and trying to draw these conspiracies and keep their base in like a tightly knit, herded part of their base of the Republicans. They all contributed to this. But we had a comment at the beginning of the stream, and I pinned it because it's just so interesting. Look at you choosy Susies. According to the left, when it first went down the list, was just a MAGA conspiracy. Now look at y'all. Nice Uno reverse. Good attempt. Solid. I'll give it a 6 out of 10 for a spin. Okay? But wild. Because Donald Trump made the Epstein files a part of his campaign for running for president. Okay? The Democrats were like, there isn't, like, because, okay, this is the truth. You want to know what the truth about these fucking Epstein files are? The actual truth about them is there could be Epstein had a little book and he kept names in it. Who knows? Actually, that's the one thing that we don't know, which is actually leads validation to, well, we would like to find out if there is something, what is there? There's no like named list of like people. Of like, if you're looking for a name of people in like a list and you can read it and it's like name. That doesn't exist, at least with what we know. Okay. Because guess what? We had a trial. Okay. So that doesn't exist. MAGA in 2021, when Maxwell trial was going on, there was some interest. There was some interest in that because, oh, we're going to see if this Epstein list is coming. No list happened, obviously, but a lot of names were provided. Donald Trump's name was provided, as well as, you know, flight logs and other names that were in the trial. Clinton's name was in there too. Okay, but you know, Bill Clinton is old. He's not anywhere near politics from what I can see. If he has any money in the Democratic Party, my generation is going away from him anyways. In the Clinton Foundation, my generation and younger want progressive Democrats. They're not going to care. They don't give a fuck about Bill Clinton. But guess who's the president, though? Okay, this is my favorite, like, whataboutism of conservatives is, well, Bill Clinton too. Good. I hope they get him if they're going to go after people, which Trump isn't. So your federal government isn't going after anybody anyway, so I don't care. But guess who is the current president of the United States? Donald Trump, whose name was also in that trial, was also in the flight logs that came out. And MAGA, do you know what MAGA did, you guys? Because we covered it. Mod Nikki in the chat provided a daily update on the Maxwell trial on the website. It's probably still there. I just got to get the website reactivated. Every day we had a Maxwell trial summary of what happened, what was said, and I covered it on stream as well. MAGA didn't give a fuck because Trump's name was in it. And therefore, they can't care about it because that would ruin their little cult reality. They would ruin their little thing. So they fell off of the Maxwell trial. Now they're like, let's wait for the next Maxwell trial. We gotta wait to see what she says now because they're full of copium. They're full of copium. It's a cult. So they ignored the Maxwell trial, which had Trump's name in it multiple fucking times, showing up with Epstein, and they didn't want any part of it. Because that would have implicated Trump with Epstein, like it always has, and he's always been connected to Epstein. But because MAGA is a cult, they couldn't accept that. They couldn't accept any of that. So now, after the Maxwell trial, you had the Bongino and the Cash Patels and the MAGA influencers bring up the Epstein files again. Like, where are these Epstein files? We gotta, and then Trump, dumbass, and MAGA, the Heritage Foundation or whoever's in charge of him, decided to make that one of their campaign points. And boy, was that probably a mistake. Oh no, not probably. It was a mistake. You should have let the Epstein files die or whatever after the Maxwell trial, after your own fucking base stopped caring. Actually, you have the fringe group that would have still cared, that pretend to care about pedophiles, but a lot of them are actual pedophiles themselves. Like if you ever look at the pedophile expose groups of the conservative groups, a lot of them are just like actual pedophiles that hide within that to shield themselves, so that way they can be the pedophile exposers while being one themselves. And that's just a conservative reality that exists. So a lot of like the Save Our Children shit and all that nonsense, they're pedophiles that are running it to shield themselves. So you probably, if you're MAGA, you should have let that go after 2021, after your base didn't give a fuck. But that didn't happen because they kept bringing it back up. Bongino, MAGA Voices demanded transparency in 2023 because you freaks couldn't handle Biden by this point, because you were crying that Ukraine was getting help and our economy was doing better. So you had to be lied to about the border. You had a border invasion, all this bullshit that you were lied to because Biden was president. MAGA was crying. They were victims for 4 fucking years. So they went to Dan Bongino or Kash Patel's podcasts or whoever else right wing to help them cope with Biden, and that Trump lost, or Trump actually really won, and here we're going to be your little safe space for the next 4 years. Come hang out with us. So they brought back up the Epstein files, and then when MAGA realized that, oh, this is a populist take, let's use that. That'll be a good one to use against the libs. We'll run on the Epstein files. Great idea. That Epstein story is a big deal. Don't let this go. FBI director, by the way. No, assistant FBI director. Kash Patel alleged the congressional cover-up, said that Congress was covering up the Epstein files. And then this is when Biden was president. This is before, I wonder if we have a news story on this one. This is before Trump won again. This is an older story, so it might be harder to find. Kash Patel, okay, I'm not going to be able to find that. Kash Patel feeds 2020 election. Okay, yeah, he's a loser. That was back in 2023 from ABC News. Trump admin promises files, okay, because he campaigned on it. He campaigned on running for the Epstein files. He was going to release them for his base, along with the JFK files and all the other files. Okay, Pam Bondi, client list is on my desk. Directive from Trump. Wonder if we can find that video. Hey guys, it's on my desk. Hey, I know you want the Epstein list. It's on my desk.
Yeah, I saw your appearance at CPAC with Ben and with Ted Cruz. And one of the things that you alluded to, and this is something Donald Trump has talked about, the DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
Wow, will it?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files. That's all in the process of being reviewed because that was done at the directive of the president from
Done at the directive of the president. I got the files on my desk.
all of these agencies.
So have you seen anything that you said, oh my gosh?
Not yet.
No, I haven't, because they're not there. List of files on their desk. They're lying. They're lying to you. Okay, because the truth again is Epstein, honestly, and I don't know this because it didn't get shown in the Maxwell trial that we watched every day. He could have a client little book or whatever that these people keep, because Epstein, and this is conspiracy theory time, but Epstein is the type of person that would keep such a thing because of what he was up to and the elite people that he was dealing with. If they ever tried to fuck him over, he could absolutely, you could just, oh, you want to screw me? Pedophile. Here's the receipts. But again, that's the shit we don't know, though, okay? And that didn't come out in the Maxwell trial or anything like that, other than the flight logs and people that Epstein were connected to. And those names are in the whole Maxwell case. The whole Maxwell trial are in there. But there is no fucking, PDF file list of names. That doesn't exist right now, okay? So it was like a story point. What do I call it? What's that called? Where you keep a story point, MacGuffin. I called that the other day. Yeah, this is what's called a MacGuffin. It was what the Epstein files became for MAGA, which is an objective or device in a movie that serves merely as a trigger for the plot. Okay, just like the Hunter Biden laptop. All of that's like everything Trump says in this, like the Steele dossier, MacGuffin. 51 intelligence agents, MacGuffin. Laptop from hell, MacGuffin. Russia is a MacGuffin. There's real things in there that matter, but Trump is never going to come out and say what actually is relevant. He's going to have a fucking thing for you to carry about, like a boon. Like, care about this can instead of me taking your money and giving it to billionaires. Do you like cans? How about this one? Do you like colors and shapes? We can do colors and shapes too for your dumbass. Okay, Epstein files are a fucking MacGuffin for your dumbass. For people that need to believe in conspiracies all the time and don't ever want to live on planet Earth. So, and again, the names that were in there were there for you to look at if you wanted, including Trump, but you didn't want to, or MAGA didn't want to. It's frustrating, man, because this is like, we're in 8K now. We're not even in Trump in 4K. This is 8K, what's going on right now. And then we had the Epstein files getting distributed to influencers. You guys remember that one? Remember that? You guys remember when Epstein files were given out to the maggot fucking loser influencers? Remember this? Remember that day with her hair? Wow, even her face, like you can almost, like when you look back at it, I can't remember who this Republican blonde number 77654 is. I can't remember her name, but the look on her face tells you everything. Oh boy, did I just get fucking... Hey, take him to the zoo. Whatever Rocky Balboa said. Oh boy. What happened to phase 2? You're not... Shh. Okay. It's no fucking phase 2. Yeah, right. I know. I like how they put it in... They put phase 1 on there. And also my favorite part too is this part right here. Right? This is my favorite part of this. Right there. You know what that says? You know what that part on the binder says? The most transparent administration in history. The 45th and 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. The most transparent. And then why did they put that? Why did they put the declassified? Like when you read actual like classified information, if it's declassified, it will have the declassified watermark. Didn't need to put that there, but they did for the propaganda because it's a propaganda prop. It's a prop, and then they got their MAGA hats and got told to go fuck off, go back and grift, go back to your microphones, and start resharing your TikToks and make me money, dumbass. Here's your hats. Get the fuck out of my White House. Blibs of TikTok lady, fell for it. I have to do the serious face, the serious I'm shitting myself face, conservative face. Like this is so serious. Look at. Got him here. Got the Epstein files right here. What a loser, dude. Now he went back and forth with Pizza Boy here. No, this isn't. Is this? No, this is. No, Jack. Yeah, Jack Pizzagate. He's the guy who got famous for going into a pizza parlor and saying that there's like pedophiles in the pizza parlor back in the day. Dumb fuck conservatives loved it. Remember that one? And I went back and forth with this loser when I went to Ukraine, and he said that he hopes I get fucking blown up or something. Him and it was him and who was the Malaysian Ian Miles Wrong. Yeah, him and Ian Miles Strong were like giving me quote tweets that day, so I was going back and forth with them. But look, I get the last laugh as usual. Last laugh with these fucking freaks, dude. Remember that? And then you got this guy. You got fucking Nancy Grace. What's Nancy? What's that chick's name? Not Nancy Grace. Mace. Whatever. Yeah, this loser. God, she sucks. Golly, dude. Okay, the Nancy Mace over here. Right here. Republican grifter number 17. This is DC Drano in a suit that most of the voting base couldn't even afford. Look how stupid they look, dude. You know, like they went to an expo, or they went to the boat show or something, and they got their pamphlets. Look what we got. They went to the state fair. So stupid. And they really thought that, I mean, if this worked for if this worked for you, you need to like go take a cold shower. Listen, if this worked for you back when they did this, you need to like put the stream down, go into the shower, go sit on the floor, put it on cold water, and just think about it. That's what you need to do. Go do that. And then when it gets too cold, because it might get too cold, you can use hot water too. Okay, you can do hot water. But go sit on the floor of your shower and think about where the fuck you thought this was anything. Look at his stupid smile. The persistence. This guy. That's this guy. This who's leading MAGA. Oh, does he not exist anymore? Did he delete his Twitter? Oh, there he is. Scott Presler. The persistence. Oh,
hey
wow.
everybody, this is Scott Presler.
Wow.
Well, I have a story to tell.
Wow.
And because I want to be...
Okay, never mind. It's 10 minutes long. I'm not listening to 10 minutes of Scott Presler. There you go. That's MAGA. There they are. MAGA, 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 MAGA. All day long. Have you guys thought about why... Never mind. Stop. I better stop. But there you go. That's who's lying to everybody out here. Okay, and then you had Trump today. Let me go ASIN. ASIN. Was it ASIN or was it... I can't remember. They brought up Epstein. Here it is. This was today. This was at 11:09 in the morning.
No, it's I call it the Epstein hoax. Takes a lot of time and effort. Instead of talking about the great achievements we've had, a great gentleman yesterday, as you know, went on CNBC and he made the statement that Trump may go down as the greatest president of all in the United States. And
Motherfucker's so lazy he can't even talk anymore. I'm the best. What?
No, it's I call it the Epstein hoax. Takes a lot of time and effort. Instead of talking about the great achievements we've had, a great gentleman yesterday, as you know, went on CNBC and he made the statement that Trump may go down as the greatest president of all. And
I thought NBC was fake news, guys. MAGA, why is Trump quoting? Why is Trump Wait, MAGA, so you have all of your favorite... Do you ever think about that? You have your own favorite media and your favorite podcasters and shit. Why does Trump never say, man, I watched that Charlie Kirk last night and boy... Oh boy, man, that latest Ben Shapiro, he really had me going on there. He always references the fake news. But I thought you're supposed to hate the fake news, MAGA. So fake news is only good if they say good things about Trump. Weird. Isn't that weird? I thought it's just fake. All of it was fake, but it's fine if they say good things about Trump.
The United States, and instead of talking about the things we've achieved, we've had tremendous achievement. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously had some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. I'd rather talk about the success we have.
2019 was 3-4 years ago. Jeez, doesn't even know what fucking day it is. 3-4 years ago. Yeah, try 6. Try 6. We're closer to 10 than we are 3 or 4. We're getting close to the decade part of that.
Made the best we've ever had, and all of the things we've done, including the Middle East. I mean, you see it. Instead, they want to talk about the Epstein hoax, and the sad part is it's...
Yeah, ask me about things that I didn't want to answer to you months ago, when you'd ask me about the Middle East or Ukraine, and like I would say, ask me about anything else, and now you want to be asked those questions. That's funny.
The Epstein hoax, and the sad part is it's people that are really doing the Democrats' work. They're stupid people. Yeah, go ahead.
You're MAGA, you're doing the Democrats' work and you're stupid. Damn. Trump is calling you that, not me. I call you that too, but Trump is calling you that too now. You're weak, what did he say? Weaklings. And you're stupid weaklings to Trump today. Golly, dude, couldn't be me. Could be someone I voted for telling me that. I'd be at their house in a video game. No, I wouldn't do any of that, but I'd be like posting about it. Like, I didn't vote for Biden, I voted third party. But if I voted for Biden and Biden decided to come out and say, hey, Jack, if you voted for me, you're a stupid weakling. What an idiot. Number one, MAGA would love that. That would be MAGA's, that would probably be like their miracle on ice. Like, that would be their moment. Like, America, they'd fucking, oh God, it would be a holiday. Biden shit on his own base? He did what? I would be mad. I even if I didn't vote for Biden, and I would have in 2024 if he was the candidate, honestly. But say 2022, 2023, if Biden would have said that, I would have been mad at him. I didn't vote for him, but I would have been like, why is Biden talking like that to Americans? But Trump, I don't view Trump as an American. I'm just being honest. I don't view MAGA as Americans. Okay. If MAGA leave and they leave the cult and they want to be normal, then you're an American again. As long as you're within the MAGA cult, I don't view you as an American. So when Trump says this shit, like it hurts his cult. Doesn't hurt. I know that what he's saying doesn't hurt Americans. It doesn't hurt the rest of us. He's talking to his cult, and that should tell you something. Okay. If his words today of calling, like, and the fact that he can even target specific Americans, why are you tired of feeling like you're in a fucking special or whatever? Why did Trump call you specifically weaklings? Why didn't he even call you? He was almost talking up Democrats too, as if the Democrats do all this hard work and you're a stupid weakling for being like their yes men. But you voted for Trump though. You don't like Democrats. You don't vote for Democrats. You hate them. They're evil, right? Fuck them. You voted for Trump 3 times, some of you. And here he is saying you're stupid and weak and you're doing all this for the Democrats they know they keep themselves, look at it. They know how to stick together. Like he's like, wow, those, man, dude, if only I had a smart base. Well, but he said he loved the uneducated. Remember that? Trump said he loves the uneducated. So I don't know what he wants, other than just shitting on people that actually don't like him. Or if you say one thing against him, then you're done, including his own voting base now. He's gone down the list of everything except for Israel. Every single person that shit on him, I don't think Israel has, though, because they know they are connected with the Heritage Foundation. So they're not going to. But like, you go against him, you're done. You're cooked. Like, that's it. And but his base didn't, though. They're so innocent in this. They're just like they're victims. MAGA, congratulations, you're finally a victim. You're finally a victim. Everybody give a round of applause. You are a victim of something that is out of your control. Other than your Medicare and your Medicaid and your money going to billionaires. But you don't care about that, right? You don't care. So that don't pretend like you care now. That's what you voted for. But this one, this is at you, MAGA. And I don't know like how much longer you're gonna want to deal with that. I mean, why would you want to? You don't have to. Who said you have to keep this going? Who the fuck said you have to support this? No one, other than all you don't even I'm telling you right now, if you stop posting MAGA, if you leave that shit and do your own thing, the people that are like cooked will stay cooked and they're fucked anyways. You'll probably make more friends. You will make more friends and people will tolerate you more if you leave this and stop this culty Trump dick suck madness that you've been a part of. And I know because there's so many comments and I'm directly addressing these people that watch my stream and they engage in it. So if you're like not a part, I know I'm focusing on Trump supporters and that's just is what it is, because there's no fucking reason that you should have been dragged along this long other than if you were trying to remain in a cult. There's nothing that is holding you there. There's nothing that benefits you from being a part of it other than you get a community, I guess. You get a community of other fucking dumbasses that don't know their head out of their fucking head from their ass. They're not good. You don't have empathy. So if you ever have feelings, then good luck. You're not going to get any support there. There's literally nothing there keeping you as a Trump supporter. And especially with him calling you stupid weaklings today. Trump said, not anyone else, No one's saying that Trump said that, and the fake media isn't saying that Trump said that and lying. Those are Trump's words. Trump posted it into the tablets today, etched in stone, that you are a weakling, and then he's calling you stupid here. Stupid. And that should blow you away, I guess, if you support this guy still.
Democrats and some Republicans, in this case, I was surprised, but they got duped.
They got duped. You got duped for his own actions. So Trump told you that there's an Epstein files and said that he was going to expose them for you. And then now he's saying that you got duped. Isn't it him that duped you? Who duped you? Wasn't no Democrats, because according to MAGA, and that Democrats ignored it, right? And because there was nothing there really to go on, actually. Maxwell was facing her trial. Names were provided in the trial. There was subsequent investigations that were a part of the trial, if you actually care and read the fucking thing, but a lot of MAGA didn't. Then there's another Maxwell trial event coming up, actually, that MAGA's not hoping she comes out and says Trump is innocent or something. There's another one coming, I believe. Oh, she's saying that the Epstein trial was unfair. How it was the most hush hush thing. You had to pay attention to the write-ups. It was a federal case. Couldn't watch it on TV. Most people didn't care because it wasn't on TV. This was in 2021. It was right after COVID and during COVID still kind of. So it was just people were distracted by a lot in that time. She had the most, like, if anything, if her trial wasn't in 2021, it might have screwed her. Like if her trial was in 2023 or later, or even now, imagine her trial now. You could consider, like, if she had her trial now, because of the interest it's generated now and conspiracies and lies, you could maybe say, but when her trial was on, it was when the minority were paying attention to it. Who even remembers that her trial was in 2021, other than unless you are smart and are paying attention like we were? I bet you if you ask any MAGA about the Maxwell case, hey, when was Maxwell's trial? She had a trial? Down the timeline, July 7th. Okay, we're in July. We can fast forward. The Department of Justice and FBI memo came out and said that no client list exists. This is when it started getting spicy for MAGA. When we're like, wait, actually, it happened before then when Elon Musk came out and said that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files, and that's why they're not coming out. Anyways, have a good day. That's what started it, really. Elon and Trump's fallout, because Elon has a big, massive support base, and Trump does too, obviously. But you have like Elon, and he's the richest man in the world, so he's got a lot of like. It's hard to cancel Elon, as we've learned. It's not, especially if he owns his own social media platform. It's like not going to happen. So Trump is attached to him and can't get rid of him. Elon will likely outlast Trump no matter what. But he was the one that started publicly fighting with Trump, and then no client list exists. There is no client list. I know we told you about the client list, but guess what? It doesn't happen. So obviously MAGA was upset. More recently, you had a MAGA influencer revolt of July 11th to the 13th. You had Steve Bannon demanded a special prosecutor. Okay, you can pull this up really quick. Steve Bannon, special prosecutor Epstein. Bannon demands Trump appoint a special prosecutor to probe the Epstein files. Okay. When will the Diddy files be released? That's another thing too. That's the same federal government that both Diddy got off, and now it's like Diddy and then now Epstein. It's like not a good day for the unemployed. It's not good. Hasn't been a good few weeks. Hasn't been a good week or so of news of shit, dude. For this, not good around between Diddy and Epstein here. Bongino threatened to resign. Okay, so you had Bannon, who's obviously a big MAGA loser influencer. Bongino threatened to resign because of it. Okay, weighs resignation over heated confrontation with Pam Bondi over the Epstein files. Okay, Tucker Carlson, Jones, and Laura Loomer demanded the files be released. Let's see what Laura Loomer is saying now. And we just have to go to these people because this is who keeps MAGA in a fucking cult. Not that what their words say have value in terms of like they're a source, but when you look into the MAGA cult, these are who are influencing them. Okay, so when it comes to like real stories, you don't look to any of these freaks for anything. When it has to do with their little special bullshit that we have to unfortunately be a part of, then you have to go to them. Okay, so don't go to Laura Loomer for anything else in life other than when it comes to what's going on internally with MAGA. Is this the cope now? Epstein is one issue of many. It's wild to me how so many people can't walk and chew gum at the same time. Wow, that's what it is. Yeah. Yeah, guys, have you thought about being able to do multiple things? You can care about Epstein and care about Trump as well. You can do it. But that's if you don't have a soul, if you're literally not a human, like that's if you're not American. Okay, he lied to you, and he's calling you dumb and stupid for it, and this is the type of person that will keep you in a cult. Then you can continue to be called dumb and stupid by your leadership. This is what I voted for. Thanks, President Trump. Illegal border crossings. I voted for all that plus the Epstein files. Now let's focus on the Democrats. This is their favorite one. The Democrats. Yeah, let's focus on them. Let's see what DC Drano is saying. He's the guy from the Epstein list. Wow, the wife of the app founder that tracks ICE works for the DOJ. Talk about a conflict of interest. Dang, no Epstein files postings? Wow, exclusive. The wife of founder of ICE Block app that allows people to disrupt ICE raids and obstruct docks and harass ICE agents is Now, these are the people that will be in the Nazi government when it goes full Nazi. Okay, when America goes full far right, and hoping we can stop that. But when it does, Laura Loomer will be like an SS, like in the fucking in the what was his name? Goebbels Department of America. Okay, so there was an app that exists that lets you track when ICE raids are, which that should be freedom of America. That's America. That's American. To know when your federal government's coming in to do some fucking operations. You should know when that's happening. So they're like, no, we gotta white knight the federal government. We gotta protect them. Today is a great day to start releasing the Epstein files. Ooh, so we did post about it. Well, you're not getting it, DC Drano, because your president said that you're dumb and stupid. Comments like this make me believe this guy's probably on it. Leave it to Stephen King to throw an opinion out there that will make people equally mad. Okay. He's got 14,000 likes, 14,000 comments, and 16,000 reposts. Balance. Perfect balance. Holy shit. Because he's half right. There is no list, but there was a list that Trump said there was, right? And MAGA all said there was, so let there be one. And then where is it? Trump hit it too. It's like you can't say there's a list and then not say there's a list and then say Democrats did it. Just can't do that. I mean, you can, but it's not going to have the result. Here's the persistence. I stand with President Trump. He will be remembered for executing the largest deportation. Wow, that's what he'll be remembered for. Yeah, it's what's gonna lose him. This is what's gonna lose him the election, actually. The largest deportations, which like I follow all types of people of the I don't follow them, like, but I see what they say. And you know, as crazy as the ICE raids have been, which they have been, and they've been very unconstitutional and overreach of the what the presidential powers are, facts. They haven't been the sweeping deportations either that MAGA is hoping for. So they actually haven't been that. Because MAGA was hoping for just absolute, like, they're like just buses of like just going into cities like one day and just fucking rounding them all up and putting them in buses like absolute Nazis and just taking them away. That's what MAGA actually wanted. They wanted that, and they're not getting that. And the deportations are like workers and people working. They're not even big crimes. So I don't know how you're going to be remembered for that. Or is MAGA's boycotting Superman? Why are they boycotting Superman? Was it stupid? Ooh. Uh-oh, you're losing the 5th place swimmer. Uh-oh. Oh, man. I don't know, Riley. You better be careful. Trump's saying if you talk about it, you're done. So, and if Trump's done, you're done, because your relevance is based upon Trump's relevance. You know, one's going to give a fuck about a 5th place swimmer after Trump's out of there. Are you kidding me?
Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney General told you this was a hoax? What evidence have you seen?
No, it's not the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. It's been run by the Democrats for 4 years. You had Christopher Wray and these characters and Comey before him. And it's a bad group. It started, actually, look at the Steele dossier that turned out to be a total hoax. The 51 agents, the intelligence, so-called intelligence agents, it was a hoax. It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats. And some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. And so they try and do the Democrats' work. The Democrats are good for nothing other than these hoaxes. They're bad for policy. They're bad for picking candidates that can get elected. Like in New York, we have a communist running.
Zoran is a communist now? Crazy. When in doubt, use the old-timey conservative tropes. There we got communists. We're talking about Epstein. We got communists out here.
He may get elected too, actually, but he'll destroy the city. No, it's I call it the Epstein hoax. It takes a lot of time and effort. Instead of talking about the great achievements we've had, a great gentleman yesterday, as you know, went on CNBC and he made the statement that Trump.
Yeah, well, we heard that part. And Trump loves me. And Trump is so good. Trump is good. Trump is great. We got Asen and Rupar. Yesterday, all Republicans voted release the files too. What the heck?
Sir, will you get pointing a special counsel to investigate the Jeffrey Epstein investigation? I have nothing to do with it.
The Epstein files are not your AG leadership. Do you still have confidence in the team? Yep.
With your Attorney General wasn't here, your FBI leadership, do you still have confidence in that team, sir? Total. Sir, will you get
Total confidence. He's trying so hard to turn this into a thing.
Very protected.
You want to make sure it's signed.
People behind you. And this is not an auto pen, right? That's
wow. As you block up the border, they start using the water. What?
because a lot of it comes in as we block up the border. They start using the water. That's a good run. I could use that. They block up the border. We start using the water. And that's because
What? I could use that. That sounds like a good slogan. I'll put that in the file. I'll put that in the steel, the Russia laptop from hell, crooked Hillary. Ah, boy, I'll make money off that one. My stupid dumb fuck voting base will love that and put that on a t-shirt. Not my words. Trump didn't say dumb fuck, but my stupid weak base. Now I'm just gonna say that. because Trump said it. Trump on the OBBBB, the big bullshit bill.
And there's so many good things, whether it's no tax on tips, think of that, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. If you buy a car, you want to buy a car, you get a deduction of interest on your mortgage, so think of that. Things that were never even a possibility. And then so much else in terms of health, in terms of providing care. It's really just a fantastic.
The no tax on tips has a catch. You got to like no tax on tips explained. There's like a thing with it. You got to have, okay. What AI mode? What Google stop? Oh God, please stop. What is it doing? Google was like, all right, we're going to have our AI too. Okay. Understanding the no tax on tips deduction. A recent piece of okay, yeah. Eligible workers can deduct up to 25% of their $25,000 of their qualified tip income. It's temporary? I gotta fact check the AI, obviously. That's what it was. Yeah, you get no tax on tips, but only for like a certain amount of time. Millions of workers who earn tips and overtime pay may be eligible for a federal tax break when they file for their 2025 income taxes. But which workers will qualify for the new deductions is among the details the government has to work out. Wow. You think you would do that before? Holy fuck. Under the bill, Trump signed into law, the U.S. Treasury must publish a list by October 2nd of occupations that qualify for tax-free tips. The department is also expected to publish guidance on how to report tips and overtime pay. Oh boy. This sounds like they're going to take more of your money. Holy fuck. A lot of people that get their tips are in cash. They do cash tips. And they have a pool, which that one sucks. I never worked at service industry, but boy, it's rough. Tough times there. People love it though. They love the social aspect of the job, and that's cool, and it gives them purpose, and that's awesome. But the tips aspect sounds like shit when I've been with all my friends, and they're like, "Yeah, we share our tips." I'm like, "Bro, what?" Like, you got to put all the money that the team makes for the night is all put into the same pot, and then it's evenly distributed. I'm like, "Bro, that sucks." But or some people, like, say if you're attending the bar or you're bussing tables and like you're the only one in there doing it, you're making a fuckload, or you can make a lot of money off the tips, but it's cash, so you still have to report that. But I don't know how many people are doing that. I was getting cash tips. I don't know. Yeah, you're supposed to. But I don't know if you're going to remember all the transactions made with the cash you get from your tips. I don't know if people are saving receipts like that. I don't know if people are doing that. I don't know, though. I don't know. I guess if cash tips were a part of my income, to be responsible, you'd have to make sure it's itemized and shit, but that's tough. So yeah, cash tips are, I don't know how that's going to actually help anybody. The deduction provisions are not permanent and they expire after his term. Wow. So this will only be temporary relief, maybe, and then they expire when he's done. President Trump's no tax on tips pledge became a catchphrase. What's the no tax on tips provision? It would create a new tax deduction, eliminating federal income taxes on tips for people working in jobs that have traditionally received them, as long as they make less than $160,000 in 2025. The Trump administration would publish a list of qualifying occupations within 90 days of the bill's signing. Only tips reported to the employer. Oh boy, exactly. Oh boy. So I think this is going to do fuck all for the majority. That makes that you get your tips in cash. And also customers do that too, so that way the worker gets the money, because it's like, give them a $20 bill, that's their $20 bill. and then they don't have to give any to the business or whatever. They get to keep it. That's why people do tip in America, because the government and the businesses take all of your money. I go to Europe and I try tipping, and it's like, we don't do that here. They just work because they like it. I'm like, whoa. So they do what? No, you don't tip here. I'm like, bro, what? So in America, though, it's understood that we are like slaves to capitalism. So it's like, if you're a good person, you'll tip the worker for doing work, because a lot of their paycheck is taken from them for all the deductions in the government. That's why we tip in America, because it's really the capitalism issue, actually. But it's still like, we live in that, and people tip because they want the worker to get direct money without it being taken away. But this is only, so you only get this if you report your tips. So if you're already getting your shit skimmed already, if your tips are already getting skimmed, then you will get them skimmed more. And you can get a better little tax return. That sounds like dog shit, dude. Reduced federal income tax. This deduction will result in lower federal income tax liability for those who qualify. The deduction applies to tips received in occupations where tipping is customary and regularly occurs, like waiters, bartenders, and some beauty service workers. These tips must be voluntary, given by customers. Yeah, but they're not. Who the fuck is gonna report their tips unless that's like a part of the pay structure of like the business. The deduction phases out individuals with a modified adjusted gross income exceeding $150,000. Employers must continue to report all tips received by employees, including a $20 monthly threshold per employee, on Form W-2, even though the income tax deduction applies. What does it mean? Tips are still taxable. That doesn't change. While the bill introduces a deduction, tips are still considered taxable income. No tax on tips, except for the taxes on your tips that you have to report, and it goes on your fucking W-2, which is absolutely this is clown show. Oh my God, bro. I have so many fucking people that I engage in outside of this stream said, I'm voting for Trump because he's taking no more tax on my tips, because a lot of MAGA are in the service industry. So they get this type of money. They get they're how they pay their bills. They get tips and shit. And so they were lied to, like everybody else. Now you're not gonna have tips on it. When you say no tax on tips, then what does that mean? That means that you're not paying tax on your tips, and that there's a provision there that you think that now you can file your tips, and then you won't have tax on them, and then it'll be better for your tax returns. Maybe, I don't know. When that's not going to happen. Your payroll taxes are still going to apply. Your state and local taxes are still going to apply, and not all tips qualify. Only tips received in specifically designed occupations will be eligible for the deduction. Mandatory service charges or auto gratuities are not considered tips. Whoa. Oh. So if you work in a place that your tips are a part of like your pay structure, like I said, never mind. If they're part of your pay already, now nothing's changing for you. Nothing, not a fucking thing is changing for you. Holy shit. So who is this help then? Because the people that aren't getting oh my God. Who the fuck reports cash? Number one, I'm just being serious. Who reports cash tips? If you do, you're a super trooper for the IRS. Holy shit, dude. But seriously. So cash tips are the only ones that really are eligible. And the literal super trooper minority of making sure I don't even know. No, I don't. Even if you're paid, some people work jobs through cash so that we don't have to pay the government anything. So the way the government doesn't take their money. So you work cash jobs. And yes, you're on the side though. I don't recommend working only a cash job, because then the government will try to fuck you eventually. But people will have a legit job or whatever, and the cash job's still legit. But like, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's your money. The government ain't touching it, so it is what it is. Yeah, that sucks. So nothing is changing. And even if it does for the onesie and twosies, it expires in 2028 when he leaves. So like the 1 or 2 people that are voted for him for their taxes can be mad at Democrats when it expires. Oh, Trump gave me my no taxes, and then some loser conservative will have this 3 people that report their cash tips so they can cry on right-wing media and say that the Democrats took their money, and then MAGA will like come back and say, wow, look at the Democrats and they're undoing everything Trump did. Wow, Trump said no tax on tips and the Democrats are putting the taxes back. That's exactly what's going to happen. Watch. Remember to clip this. 3 years from now, we'll have it. The no tax on tips bullshit will be because MAGA ain't winning. I'm telling you that now. It'll take an actual literal act from a higher power for that to happen. Or this guy rises to the task. But right now, if you were to hold any election, it's MAGA is so done. It's so done. So I'm expecting the pendulum to swing. And I don't want to hear about MAGA crying when their no tax on tips expires because Trump made sure it was going to expire. And then he also made sure it would help the least amount of people possible. He made sure it would help the least and literally have an end date. So then what is there for Americans? So that will help. I mean, not gonna lie, that will help a slim minority of service industry workers that file their cash tips. So hey, so wait, holy shit. So in order for this actually won't help you at all. Because if you haven't been reporting your cash tips, if you start doing that, you're gonna get less money. You're gonna get less. Holy shit, dude. So if you actually engage in that no tax on tips program and you haven't been, you'll be fucking yourself. Oh boy. Yeah, have fun. There you go. There's your MAGA policies for you. Shit that makes it worse than what it was before, and you're in a worse scenario than you were prior. That's crazy. So no tax on tips is bullshit. Social Security, no tax on Social Security. What's that one? Is that part of the same bullshit? What's that? So just fact check the tips one. Let's do the Social Security. Seniors get a tax break in Trump's mega bill, but many will still pay taxes on Social Security benefits. Sounds just like the tips one. Let's see who's getting screwed here. Senior citizens are getting a tax break in President Donald Trump's sweeping tax and spending cuts package, but it's not the one the president promised. Oh, heck. Dang it. So this is going to be like the no tax on tips one? Come on. Congressional Republicans could not eliminate taxes on Social Security benefits in their mega bill because it would not have been allowed under the current process GOP lawmakers were using to pass the legislation in the Senate without Democratic support. Wow. Instead, the package gives senior citizens an additional $6,000 deduction on their federal income taxes. Wow. Wow. For 3 years. For 3 years, seniors, you get a $6,000 deduction. Oh, whoa! Hey, you can use that for your you get your grandkids some good gifts, I guess. You can splurge on your grandkids with your for 3 years. What? The benefits begin to phase out for single taxpayers earning more than $75,000. Really? Oh boy. What you gotta be, whoa, 75. I mean, that's not very, that's pretty low. I mean, if you senior, if you worked I guess, like, I don't know, I don't know what income of like retired seniors are. I guess I don't know if $75K a year as a retired senior. Probably would be a lot then because you're retired. So that's still a good amount. But that's still like, if you make more than that, you don't even get this. So so if you make less than 75K a year as a senior, you get a $6,000 deduction in your federal taxes for 3 years, dude. Wow, what a deal. What a fucking deal. But you have to, retired income varies hugely. Yeah, that's why I don't know about that yet. I turned 32 on Saturday, so I'm not in on the senior situation for money. That's kind of scares me though. I'm scared. I'm so scared. I'm 32, but I'm probably gonna be like Skynet, like when you're watching the beginning of Terminator and you got like people in ragged clothes. It's probably gonna be me. Okay, trying to fight the AI overlords. Like, I do not listen. I'm just gonna be so serious. At 32 years old, I struggle to envision a reality where I'm like a senior citizen and like I have a family and I'm a grandpa. Like that reality is not even in, like, I don't know. I don't have that. I don't see that. That vision isn't there for me. At least not right now. Maybe that'll happen like when I start a family, or if I start a family. But I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't want to get old because of that. Like, how will I live? How will I literally live, bro? What if I'm like can't physically work and I can't make money? I'm scared. I got to get my military benefits taken care of, but even then, how long will those last? Will Republicans continue to cut that too? So then hey guys, I finally got my VA benefits. 1 year later, Republicans cut them. Fuck. Damn it. Shit. Yeah, dude, I guess I better just try to fast track myself to being a millionaire, I guess, somehow out here. It's best what seems to be the only way to get out of it, huh? Become a millionaire. Like, it's so easy to do. The beefed up deduction will benefit fewer than half of older Americans, according to recent analysis by the nonpartisan Urban Bookings Tax Policy Center, and it provides a smaller tax break on average for certain taxpayers than the elimination of taxes. Oh my God, dude. So they kept the slogans of no tax on tips and no tax on Social Security, but that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening at all for either of those things. So again, for tips, you gotta. It's not for people that have tips in your paycheck, which is what a lot of places do actually. A lot of businesses, restaurants. Like the gratuity is part of, like, when you, as a consumer, I see that, right? The gratuity is part of the check. That's why a lot of people like don't put gratuity on there. I don't. I cross it out and then I give the worker cash. All right, I give the worker a cash tip instead of writing it. Like, I recommend you do that too. Like when you go to pay your bill at a restaurant, and when it says tip, draw a line through that shit. Don't give anything there. Give put cash on the table, or make sure the worker actually gets the money, because that's the government's taking that money. And so that the only people that voluntarily provide their cash tips on their W-2 to their employer will get nothing, because you're paying the money that you likely could have gotten from the government will just be taken in the taxes anyways. That your cash, it's so stupid. This is not helping anybody. Neither of these slogans of no tax on tips and no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security is just horseshit. It's not good. So, and then again, and not only that, but it expires. It has an expiration date of not that far. 2028 is 3 years from now when he leaves office. So then they can play the abusive relationship game with you. Oh, wow. Look at those Democrats taking away your tips or your Social Security or whatever. Or they're taking away your no tax. The taxes are coming back. As if, and they'll play it up on the MAGA media. They'll play it up, the 4 people that will fall in line with all of this. And then they'll play feelings. So be ready for that. Jesus, dude. It was a hoax. AOC on Mamdani. You talked about Mamdani Zoran today.
Get to know him. get to know him. You know, this is not about having any kind of hard line. I think that if anybody is skeptical, I would say get to know him. And once you get into a room with him, kick the tires yourself.
Socialism threat? Oh my God, bro. Was it always like this on Fox News? Look at and then they put the fucking, like, is that like the China, like, sun behind that or what or something, bro? What is that propaganda?
Kick the tires yourself and make your own assessment instead of
Look at that, bro. The socialism threat.
kind of making assessments from what you may see on television.
Don't make
Jesus, bro. He's a social democrat. He's like, he'd be like aligned with Bernie. He'd be like with Bernie's policies. And honestly, we have a fascist in the government, dude, and with fascist administration and fascist policy makers and lobbyists operating that thing. I hope we have actual Democrats or the left that can actually fight. The Chuck Schumers, the comfortable ass, like, I'm sorry, but if like you didn't fall off of if you're like a newly minted Democrat, you probably shouldn't speak. Joe Walsh is doing okay, and Adam Kinzinger is doing okay, but like Joe Walsh is like acting like he's always been a fucking Democrat now, and it's just cringe to me. And he's like it's like, as Democrats we need to do this. It's like, bro, you literally just denounced the Republicans like a few weeks ago. Okay, it's cringe to me. But I'm not gonna quote tweet them or like try to stop their efforts, because they're gonna bring like a Republican base that will move left. They're moving left. You know what I mean? You're not gonna get them to move all the way progressive right away. Some of them will eventually, but you know, they're moving away from Trump. I think Adam Kinzinger is doing a better job than like Joe Walsh. Kinzinger makes me cringe when he posts about Israel, though, because he's still got that Republican Israel love a little bit. But he's been calling out other things that, you know, only you'd really see like leftist call out. Like you got Kinzinger, Adam Kinzinger calling out the ICE raids. He's like, you want to know why the ICE raids are so violent? Because they're going after brown people. I was like, damn, it's facts. Trump promised to release the Epstein files. MAGA believed him. Now he's stonewalling. Release the Epstein files, AI. But yeah, he probably should. I mean, there's gonna be a lot of newly minted Democrats, but unless they're progressive or like Zoran, they're not gonna really fight for things you want or changes. They're gonna like try to be comfortable or have like a safe landing place for ex-MAGA or whatever, and that won't move anything. Nothing will actually change. We'll just be in like pause mode while the Heritage Foundation regroups and then gets JD Vance back in there, and then they're back at it again. So you're actually going to need like progressives and people that are further left than Biden, which Biden would have been a Republican like 10 years ago. Or like at least like center, like more closer. Biden would have been like John McCain type Republican. No, this was yesterday. This is what I was looking for. When the Epstein files were blocked in the Congress.
On this vote, the yeas are 211, the nays are 210. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
211, 210. Every single Republican voted to block. Don't forget that. And don't forget that. Okay. This was Israel this morning. I got another video for you guys I want to watch, but I'm just kind of covering a couple other things. But this was the Israeli airstrike and the Syrian Ministry of Defense building. That was early this morning.
قصف جديد يا شباب قصف خذونا بسرعة 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 بسرعة
إذا استهدافنا من نهاية الأركان بشكل كامل
قصف ثاني.
And they did this because there's like a Jewish sect in Syria that say they're being persecuted against by the Syrian government. So the IDF was like, okay, bet, bomb. And they bombed the fuck out of Syria. So that's how that goes. Liberals are right about everything, as usual. Not everything. It'd probably be more like lib leftists. It's like that area, because there's some leftists that are super cooked and like they're not right, but like it's like there's like a hybrid of like liberal to progressive social democrat there that like is based, and like that's like a window, and then after that window ends, you start getting into like Hassan and like grifters, or like the gray zone, and like Bloom and fucking the losers. Like and then they actually play to MAGA well too, actually. So it actually kind of circles back around to MAGA at the end when you get too far out of that window. There is a window there. There is definitely a window of change there, but you go too far and then you're in. I bet Tucker Carlson is even playing into the far left base, actually, with his stupid anti-war shit, which is cool to be anti-war, but not to the point of like simping for Russia and saying, hey, be anti-war, but Russia good, Eastern imperialism good, only Western imperialism bad. And then like a lot of leftists are like that. They got people out here cheering like, Palestine and Palestine flags all over their shit, but then they're Russia supporters. It's like that doesn't track. You can't. You can't. You cannot be a Palestine supporter and then also be a Russia supporter. That just is you're advocating for one people that are fighting what you would say a genocide from the Israelis, and then you literally are supporting one that's happening in Ukraine from Russia. So that doesn't add up, doesn't track there. Bad morals. There's a lot of people like that. A lot of leftists like that, because the West is bad, so therefore Russia must be good. And what Russia's doing is it goes against everything that some of those people advocate for. So that's why I say there's like a good window of like liberal to like progressive social democrat of like based section there, and then you go too far and you're done, and then you're cheering on Russia and you're wearing Soviet Union shit and you're fucked at that point. Kind of like in the conservative area, like there's I don't know, it's all culted now in the right wing, so I can't even give a window of like there's a window there. There isn't on the right wing. It's all culted for Trump, but we'll see how that changes now after the Epstein stuff continues to destroy him. Also, guys, Elmo went crazy, I should tell you, on Twitter. Elmo's back now, but on Sunday, Elmo's X account was briefly hacked by an outside party. This is a real thing, a real story. Okay, I'm not bullshitting here. On Sunday, Elmo's X account, which Elmo from Sesame Street, was briefly hacked by an outside party in spite of the security measures in place. We strongly condemn the abhorrent anti-Semitic and racist content, and the account has since been secured. Okay, Elmo was going off. Okay, Elmo was absolutely like the shit. I don't even know if you can. Let me find the Elmo postings. Let me see if we can find Elmo postings. I apologize for every Elmo apologizing for every hate tweet. Dude, the things Elmo was saying, Elmo not apologizing for saying Trump's on the Epstein list. Bro, I want the Elmo tweets. Someone has them. There's one. I posted this one. So Elmo said, release the files, Donald Trump, you child effer. In all caps. This was a tweet. They were going nuts. Elmo was going off. Okay. But this post was based. What was the bad one? This one's the good one. Oh, I like that. You're fucking retarded? No, I'm fucking your mother. Nice. I like that. There you go. That's my brand of clapback. Oh yeah, your mom. Straight to your mother. Resign. Zionism has devolved to the point where they think Elmo is real and anti-Semitic. Elmo was posting some straight up. I want the other one. Obviously, I'm not going to read that, but that was Elmo responding to other people. This wasn't very kind, Elmo. He didn't apologize. I want the other ones. There you go. Elmo says all Jews should die. Fuck Jews. Donald Trump is Netanyahu's puppet because he is in the Epstein files. Jews control the world and need to be exterminated. That's what Elmo said. Straight up. Release the files, Donald Trump, you child effer. Okay, and then he obviously said that, okay, on the bottom, which I don't need to repeat on stream, but you can read. Okay, that's what Elmo was posting, and it was wild on Twitter. Twitter is an absolute shit show, and always, to the point where this is Elmo on Twitter. Okay, that's how bad it is. That's how bad it is over there. Truly, you come out all beaten up and bloodied when you leave Twitter. Wake up in the morning, pull it's whatever, X Twitter. Wake up in the morning, pull it open. It's like drug. It's like a drug now. It just consumes you. And look what it did to poor Elmo. Look what Twitter did to my boy. All he wanted to do was just be tickled. Fucking leave Elmo alone, okay? We can leave Elmo out of this, okay? Hacker, whoever hacked Elmo, leave Elmo out of it. Elmo had it all. Fame, a clean image, brand deals, loved by millions. Then he hit post. No, Elmo. Man, you went right. You sold out. You went right. That's what happens when you go right. Damn it, dude. Elmo's official Twitter account. Okay. Elmo crashing out like this was not my 2025 bingo card. Holy shit. Cat Turd is not pleased. What the fuck are you doing? Hacking Elmo is so random. Like, you could have done Ian Miles Chong instead and deleted his whole account. Ooh, good point. I know. Why'd you have to bring Elmo into this? The only acceptable post after the hacking incident, which encompassed calling for the murder of all Jews, is one to say that Elmo loves the Jewish community. It's anti-Semitism. Oh my God. Be so serious. Fucking be so the hate for Muslims that just is like normalized. You know what I mean? I'm not religious at all. I don't care. I hate them all. I hate all religions. But let's not pretend like one of the three big faiths are just shit on for just existing. And there's no like Muslim-centered whatever ism you want to give Muslims for like for Islam and the hatred that religion gets. Okay? Like just automatically for just existing. But just shut up. Epstein. Elmo got hacked. Stop trying to make it as like it's a anti-Semitic fucking. This is a conspiracy. Oh, we gotta find out who hacked Elmo and bring him to the Mossad now. Bring him to the Mossad. Okay, you guys gotta see this now because this is just the best. This is what I was leading up to. This is my favorite video. I hope we should be able to play it if I play it like this. It worked last time. Where is it now? There you go.
Welcome to the Dan Show. How about it? Johnny got himself a new do. Huh? Very nice. My name is John Short. Man, have we put together a great show for you tonight. Economic commentator Kyla Scanlon will be here later. She's going to be talking about which labubu. I was told that's a real thing. A labubu. Apparently, it's like a Teletubby with fangs. Which one's the wisest investment? But first, let me be completely frank. We had a tremendous show planned for you. Well-designed, articulate, a tremendous deconstruction of the most interesting issues of the day. We prepared a whole piece on the new Trump tariffs, breaking down the different rates and their secondary impacts. A truly illuminating dive into the overlooked role of the commodities markets in trade deficit accounting.
Boring.
It was going to be so funny. But sadly, at the last minute, we had to scrap all that because Elmo lost his f***ing mind.
Elmo is back to his usual family-friendly content after a hacker posted racist and anti-Semitic remarks to the Sesame Street character's X account.
This is what happens when you go too long without tickling Elmo. I'm sure it wasn't terrible. It was Elmo. How bad could it be?
The since deleted posts called for death to the Jewish community and criticism of President Trump. The hacker also demanded the release of the Epstein files and used inappropriate language to respond to other users.
All caps, Elmo?
All caps, really?
By the way, to the news people, is that the only B-roll of Elmo you have to play for the death to Jews story? Look at Elmo in the B-roll. He's dancing. Hey, everybody, Trump's a child f***er. Woo! Hava Nagila. For God's sakes. You don't have any footage you could use of Elmo being appropriately sad or circumspect when talking about those posts? It's Elmo.
It's Elmo.
Every week he's in a spiritual crisis. Here he is. Look, we found this. This is him finding out that leaves fall off of trees. Oh, Elmo just found out about life's impermanence. Couldn't you have used that for his death to Jews stuff? Instead, he's out there, death to Jews, death to Jews. Anyway, these tweets were especially shocking to me as someone who has worked with Elmo. I've worked with Elmo, as everybody definitely remembers. Yeah.
That was a long time ago. Oh, young Jon Stewart looks there. Oh, my goodness.
I hosted Elmo Palooza in, I'm gonna say 1831. This picture makes me sad for a number of reasons. It does remind me, though, of a certain point in one's career where you haven't really established yourself yet, and so they really don't give a shit if your wardrobe fits. You're just kind of a guy that's there with a suit that's there, and if it fits, great. And if it needs to also fit Big Bird for the next sketch, take it off, Stu, and Snuffleupagus is up next. I mean, Jesus, did I take a dump in my pants? Look at that. You know when the camera people are laughing at that. That's not fair. Richie, that's not fair. The truth is, I'm being honest, Elmo at the time was great to work with. He was. Was there a ton of coke on set? Of course. But hateful
Was there a ton of coke on set? Yup.
racist Elmo is not the Elmo that I remember. I know what's in Elmo's heart. And so I thought it would be appropriate to have my old friend back so that we could talk through this very difficult time. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my old friend, Elmo. Elmo.
Who's ready to learn about rainbows? Yay!
Elmo, you know what we're here to talk about. The Jews. That's right. We're talking about the Jews, Elmo. I think you had something that you wanted to say.
Yes. Elmo was hacked. They hacked Elmo. They guessed Elmo's password was Elmo. Elmo 123. Elmo knows passwords should have more numbers, but Elmo only knows 3 numbers.
Oh my. Who knew Jon Stewart had such a good Elmo voice?
Elmo, what did we talk about taking responsibility?
It's true. Elmo wasn't hacked.
Oh, shit.
It was Elmo. But Elmo was radicalized by the manosphere. Elmo is part of the male loneliness epidemic. You see, what happened was Elmo was doing his own research on flu shots.
Elmo was doing his own research on flu shots. This is what happens, MAGA.
6 hours later,
6 hours.
The algorithm, Elmo was moderating the QAnon Discord chat and building homemade bombs.
Elmo, you need to take responsibility. Don't blame the algorithm. A lot of kids count on you for life lessons. And Elmo, accountability is a big part of that.
Are you canceling Elmo? Once again, the so-called tolerant left policing speech that's inconvenient to their woke dogma. Who's the real puppet now, John? Who's the real puppet? Who's the real puppet now? You!
Oh, red pill to Elmo. Oh man, dude. See what happens when you're on Twitter for too long? Red pills everybody.
You're the real puppet!
What? Elmo, that just sounds like alt-right talking point word salad.
Yeah. You said it, not Elmo. Elmo's alt-right. No reason to cancel Elmo's funding then.
Oh my God, is that what this is about? Elmo, you're pandering to the right so you can keep your government funding for public broadcasting?
Elmo can't go back on the streets, John. You have no idea what it's like. Elmo's too pretty to live under a bridge, John. It's a life brought to you by the letter sucking. Elmo won't. Elmo won't go back. Elmo can't go back. No.
Oh.
Well, I guess I'm glad you don't, actually believe all that stuff you said about Jews.
Of course not, John. Elmo doesn't believe almost any of it.
Almost.
Although, I mean, it is kind of weird they all stayed home on 9/11. Elmo, they didn't stay home.
No, no, Elmo, stop.
That is a myth, Elmo.
Oh, okay. Elmo, sorry. Please don't let them cut Elmo's funding. You'll talk to don't you, Leibowitz?
All right. Okay. Elmo, everybody. Elmo.
Oh, boy.
Wow. That was enlightening.
Oh, wow.
I didn't expect any of that. Elmo shoots from the hip. You can't control him. I'll admit, the sucking thing threw me off, too. I thought that was weird. I thought that was weird. Now, the impetus for Elmo's rant seems to be the Department of Justice memo that has just been released that said the Epstein sex trafficking case was officially closed and that no new information would be forthcoming. And while Elmo is demanding that the files be released, Donald Trump's response is brought to you by the letters F you.
You still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
You guys still talk about him?
This guy's been talked about for years. Are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
Unbelievable? You guys ran on it. Remember this?
We need to release the Epstein list. That is.
Ooh, we need to. After I'm done with the couch. I like this couch. It's got beads in it.
It's an important thing.
I'm playing with it with my thumbs.
This Epstein sex ring operation, I'm not letting.
Coked out Bongino, all of them. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this Epstein. Swear to God, I'm gonna slap you with his chin, with his jaw, cocaine jaw.
Nick, go ever.
You wonder why Bongino does that with his fucking mouth? It's because of cocaine. Cocaine does that. That's what cocaine does.
Ever.
Put on your big boy pants and let us.
Put on your big boy pants and let us see the Epstein files. Let's see it.
I'm not letting it go ever. Ever.
Put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are.
Yeah. Yeah. He says on Benny Johnson Russian channel.
Why would you have to change your pants to let us know who the pedophiles are? And why wouldn't you be wearing pants while you're researching them? And that was before the Trump administration took power. And by the way, they were still hyping the Epstein files after they took power.
We have flight logs, we have information, names, that will come out.
President Trump has given a very strong directive, and that's going to be followed.
So people can expect actual movement on this. It's not just empty promises.
Oh, right. Donald Trump doesn't make empty promises.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he doesn't do that. Oh boy, he doesn't do that, does he? Somebody want to tell her? No, actually, no. She's a part of it. Somebody needs to tell MAGA. Someone want to tell MAGA?
2 of his wives and 10,000 unpaid contractors disagree. But these are all people who work for Trump that set the expectation. And I think because of that, surprisingly, MAGA world, for the first time in memory, isn't just slavishly acquiescing to Trump's reality distortion field.
Not all of them. Some of them are, though. Right now, as we speak, the narrative is being worked. Like, people are working it, right? So as we sit here, people are spinning it. There you go. He may be dead, but the people who traffic sexually abused underage girls walk free. I don't give a shit about the guy named Jeffrey. I want to know who was with him on that fucking island. Oh, there you go. Brandon Herrera, MAGA YouTuber politician freak now. Fucking loser, to be honest, but what's going on? What's happening? Let's refresh. I've been speaking to Coca-Cola about using real cane sugar in Coke. Wow. Is this America first? Is this making America great again? You can already buy, or is it Pepsi products that have real cane sugar? Is it the Pepsi products? You can get the real Mountain Dew or whatever. Real Pepsi with the cane sugar in it. Wow. So we're going to make Coca-Cola Mexican Coca-Cola, which is the better one anyways, which is made with cane sugar. So Mexicans love Coca-Cola because it's got the cane sugar in it. It's better than this American slop sugar, processed ass sugars. Which cane sugar still, you gotta be careful, but it's a healthier sugar than the different ones we have in America. But still, you don't want to have too much of it, though.
We're slavishly acquiescing to Trump's reality distortion field.
Where did that whole case go? Where did all the files go? They just went nowhere? No one even believes that.
This stinks. This just reeks.
Something is horribly wrong here.
Pam Bondi needs to be fired.
Oof.
Yes, Pam Bondi.
Is that Glenn Beck now? Holy shit, dude. Where has he been?
The ringleader. She makes the decisions. The backlash wouldn't die. So Trump had to go back out and kill the backlash. Perhaps even making it look like a suicide.
Oops.
So this weekend.
You heard him, John. That's outrageous.
So this weekend, Trump tried to reason with his base using their shared love language, long, rambling Truth Social posts.
Yeah, their favorite.
In a social media post, the president asked his followers, "What's going on with my boys?" and in some cases, gals.
No longer your boys and gals anymore. Now you're weaklings and stupid. Now you went from his boys and gals. No, you went from his boys and in some cases gals, because we all know that the majority of like MAGA is right-wing incels, men, right-wing white men that can't find a date to save their life. Because the good news is, ladies, good news is these freaks won't hit you up anymore because now they have AI Grok girlfriend now that they can talk to and be whatever they want to it. So that's at least a positive for you. You're not going to have creepy DMs anymore from incels. So they'll have an AI to do that with now. So positives all around. And then also the women that are brought into it from their husband, and they just kind of got to go with it because he's the husband. And if they were probably married to anyone else, it wouldn't be right wing. Like a lot of women are like politically are either independent or they go along with like what the husband is up to with the politics, and like don't really push back, or maybe they're like apolitical themselves, but they're not going to push back against their husband who's right wing.
Let me stop you right there. Not to be all woke, but I believe they prefer the terms bros and hoes. But sorry, go on. You were explaining why it was time to move on from the Epstein case.
Why are we giving publicity to files written by Obama, crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and the losers and criminals of the Biden administration who conned the world with the Russia hoax, 51 intelligence agents, the laptop from hell, and more?
Obama, Hillary, Comey, Brennan, Biden, Nancy Pelosi, 5G. Russia, Hunter Biden. What else? What am I missing? George Soros. And put them all in there.
So, just to understand this, in a few months' time, we went from the Epstein files will expose the Democrats to the Epstein files were written by the Democrats and therefore can't be trusted. So let's move on.
And now they just don't exist. So you tried that for like a little bit and realized, that doesn't work. Now let's say they don't exist. And if you say they do, you're an idiot. And if you're my supporter saying this, you're no longer my supporter. You're done. You're out. My past supporters in all caps right there. There you go. Past supporters.
And then Trump brings up Hunter Biden's laptop as a reminder for all of us not to dwell on old conspiracy theories. What?
It's always like that. This is MAGA though, 101. So many conspiracies are happening and they're all connected. None of it is relevant. None of it is. That's the life of living in the right-wing political world.
So, problem solved? Right, MAGA world? Well, let's test it scientifically.
How many of you are satisfied? You can clap. Satisfied with the results of the Epstein investigation? Clap.
Boo! We don't. Whoa.
How many of you are not satisfied with the results of the investigation?
Let me hear everyone who thinks sex trafficking should still be prosecuted say, hell yeah!
Hell yeah!
Who wants to know more about a cabal of elite sex criminals? Just the ladies! So MAGA world is now in open revolt. You want to know how bad it's getting out there? They're literally burning their MAGA army uniforms. Yeah.
Their MAGA army uniforms. That's hilarious.
And you know there's just another guy standing next to him going, you know you got to flip them. That's your problem there. But clearly telling your base to just forget about Epstein isn't working. But if you know Trump, he can always just pivot to the classic Trump distraction. Throw something outlandish out there and watch the dogs chase the squirrel. I'm going to invade Greenland. I'm going to bomb Iran.
I'm going to Gulf of America. Yeah. It's all fucking to keep their sheep in line.
Greenland. I'm going to bomb Iran. He's going to try something big.
President Trump is reigniting his decades-long feud with comedian Rosie O'Donnell.
Not Rosie.
I think we're going to need a bigger boat. That's not going to be enough.
The president taking to his social media platform to write in part, quote, I'm giving serious consideration to taking away her citizenship. She's a threat to humanity and should remain in the wonderful country of Ireland if they want her.
Don't look at our inaction at prosecuting a sex trafficking ring to the rich and powerful. We must focus on the real issue. The denaturalization of the co-star of riding the bus with my sister. Yeah. MAGA is losing their shit right now. They cannot believe what they're seeing. Trump is lying? Dismissing reasonable concerns as bad faith whining? Attacking anyone who disagrees?
He would never do that. That isn't the Trump I know. That's not my Trump. Why is he acting this way? Why is Trump acting like this? This isn't like him.
Well, as a resident of Blue America, can I just say right now to my red colleagues that my pronouns are, how does and my ass taste? You like it?
How does my ass
Trump that you're just experiencing now, to your deep disappointment and dismay, is the dude we've been dealing with the whole f***ing time.
Yeah, MAGA. Yeah. We've been dealing with him the whole time. You're just showing up to the party. The fuck? Swear to God, dude. I've been shitting on him. I got so many Ukraine supporters. Mercado's too divisive. He needs to talk good about Trump for Ukraine. Shut up. Literally lick my balls, dude. I don't have to talk good about him at all. I will shit on him and support Ukraine better than any conservative could.
Deep disappointment and dismay is the dude we've been dealing with the whole f***ing time.
The whole time.
You didn't realize it because he's been nice to you.
Not really, though. He'd really, like, his base gets fucked. Like, he just hasn't, you know what it is? He just hasn't attacked his own base yet. He has, like, here and there, but not really like this. He's attacked everybody but his own following, his own base now.
Like when you've had a terrible tragedy.
My administration is doing everything in its power to help Texas.
We gave them all the money, all the help that they can possibly use. We've given them max. We've maxed out, and we'll continue.
We've given them max.
You to max out.
Whatever you need, Daddy's here. Because you're the child he wanted. But we're Eric.
No.
Because you're the child he wanted. But we're Eric. And this, truly just a weird cheap shot. This is how we get treated.
I don't think we should give California anything.
I mean, if I give California money, then every state that didn't vote for me will think I'm their president too.
Exactly.
That's not a precedent I want to set. Whether it's natural disasters or tariff carve-outs or immigration enforcement or a million other issues, Trump's MAGA base always benefits from favorable treatment, except now. They're finally understanding what it's like to be the target of his hostility.
They are.
This administration has weaponized vindictive...
Viva! Viva la revolution!
What's that? What's going on? What?
Hey, viva la revolution! Antifa forever!
Elmo? I thought you were alt-right.
Elmo was, but listening to your show and the trenchant analysis of the many hypocrisies of the right have re-radicalized Elmo to the populist left. Free Luigi! Free Luigi! Free... Oh, there's more! Death to Mr. Noodle!
Elmo, that is in no way what we're saying.
Oh, dodging responsibility. Now you're just a comedian. Quit both-siding it, you corporate whore.
Elmo, it's more nuanced than that. It's not black and white.
Oh, that's right. Elmo doesn't understand. Elmo's stupid. Elmo's worldview is Manichaean in its simplicity. Good versus evil. Locke versus Hobbes. No shades of gray for Elmo.
Elmo, I'm not... Really? Oh, Elmo? I mean, he's f***ing shouting Free Luigi over here. And you're all like, oh, point it at Elmo, don't tweet.
Based Elmo.
Shut up!
Elmo, I am not criticizing your worldview. This was merely an exploration of the motivations of Trump to not release the files and explaining to his base that the way they're feeling now is how Blue America's been feeling the whole time.
But we all know why Trump hasn't released the file. We all know who got to him.
Elmo, I don't think I want to hear the answer to any of this.
John, no. No, hear me out, John. No, it's not. I'm just asking questions. It's not what you think.
All right, Elmo. What was it?
John? It was the Jews.
No!
Oh my God, that's so good. That was just that was cinema. That was just so cinema. The way Elmo flipped political. Antifa forever. Free Luigi. Oh boy, that was good. That was probably one of Jon Stewart's best bits I think I've ever seen. I watched that. What was that? Yeah, last night, 2 days ago, whatever. Yesterday, whatever day it is. I just pissed myself laughing, dude. That shit was so goddamn funny. Holy shit, dude. Super good. Jon Stewart, legend still. Okay. Obviously, the way he can absolutely just knock that shit out of the park. Boy. We had some dumbass statements in the chat while that was going on, though. And I can laugh, but I'm going to address that, too. Troy in the chat, you were saying some weird shit about Ukraine. We can support Ukraine without sending taxpayer money. Nope, can't do it, actually. And the majority of your taxpayer money is coming back into the U.S. anyways. And also on your itemized tax returns or your tax deductions, the amount of money going for Ukraine doesn't even show up on your paycheck. It's already appropriated from the existing funds. And then you go to say that 80.4 million, where did the 80.4 million come from? Try 65.5 billion. Try that number instead of 84, whatever you said. I got to find your comments. Yeah, 80.4 billion in cash to Ukraine. That's a stupid statement. I don't know what to tell you. There's no fucking cash sent to Ukraine. And when things are appropriated, it doesn't magically appear, you dumb fuck. Okay, it has to be voted for in the Congress. So the Congress has to vote for the money, and then it's appropriated for Ukraine from the shit that they pull from. Our taxpayer money goes to the government. What the government does with our taxpayer money is the government. That's why people advocate for tax breaks. That's why people advocate for tax reductions, because they're pulling your money out and you don't know what the fuck it's for. It goes to one fund. It goes to the government, and then they decide and move your money that your taxes go to various different things. Nothing is magical. Nothing just barely appears. And if you have that take about Ukraine, about our money, and you don't know where the money is, that's a personal problem. It is literally a personal choice, because the amount of information there available to you about our money and what we're doing to support Ukraine, how we're supporting Ukraine, where we're supporting Ukraine has been available to you for over 3+ years. And it's your choice if you want to stay fucking ignorant and dumb about it. We can support Ukraine with our taxpayer money. You're an idiot. You're a fucking idiot. That's what you are. Holy shit. Here you go. You dead people. Not the White House. Not the fucking White House. God dang, dude. Not the White House. Oh man, I gotta retweet that one. That's just a classic. I mean, we're literally in like the best of times. We're literally in the absolute best of times right now, I think, when it comes to MAGA unfolding. Okay, still got a lot going on. Still got a lot to pay attention to. Obviously, you got protesting tomorrow. So I can't stand when people come on my channel and like, well, I don't care. Fuck them. But like, I can do multiple things at once. Sometimes my streams are about one thing. Like today, we're pretty focused on the Epstein files, rightfully so, obviously. But you know, I cover breaking news when it happens. I cover protesting and make sure that people are heard when they're out there protesting the government or whatever. My social media is available to you at any time, and Mod Nikki and myself are on the Facebook page posting, and I'm posting everywhere else. So if you see a post on, that's me. I'm posting all of this, so I'm not gone or leaving or forgetting about anything. Look, I even posted about Israel 5 hours ago on my Twitter. I'm everything. Here was yesterday. Howard Lutnick was laughing about it.
I know you've urged people to move on, but I'm curious, why do you think your supporters in particular have been so interested in the Epstein story and so upset about how it's been handled?
I don't understand it. Why they would be so interested. He's dead for a long time.
The burden on the working class, Troy, what are you talking about? There was no burden on the working class for supporting Ukraine. Do you know what there is a burden for support, though? For Israel. Because American soldiers and airmen and Navy get sent to go support that fucking country. Do you know who go to support Ukraine? People that volunteer to, that want to. And then they have to literally join the Ukrainian military if they accept you after a while. You got to prove yourself, obviously, because it's an untrustworthy in terms of people go there and try to do their own fucking thing. So Ukraine can't trust everybody, but it takes a while, and then you can join a unit after a long time now. Okay, you have to go fight for Ukraine. There is no burden on American workers to support Ukraine. What a clown. Absolute clown take.
He was never a big factor.
If anything, it benefits the fucking workers in ways that probably people on the left won't like, because it creates jobs in industry to get the shells to Ukraine, and to get in Pennsylvania. You got big factories working now and getting 777 shells for our Ukraine or our NATO allies. You have no idea what you're talking about. You should stop talking when it comes to geopolitics and stick to like be mad at trans people or something. Like that's MAGA's lane right now is anger at irrelevant bullshit. And if you ever hear a MAGA talk about anything like big or relevant, they have no fucking idea what they're talking about 99% of the time. They have no idea. They don't know the context. They don't know the facts about it. And even if they wanted to lie and play games, they don't even know fucking how, because they're lied to about this guy. Okay, they're like I see so many layers of propaganda And some people are like, unfortunately, good at it, like Tucker Carlson. Like, yeah, he sucks to listen to, but you can't deny, like, Tucker Carlson knows how to lie. Boy, does that guy know how to lie and make money doing it, doesn't he? And he gets a lot of attention doing so. And then there's people that will like fucking believe what Tucker Carlson will say and take that as like their identity, and like that's what their belief system is, and they don't challenge any of that. They don't challenge anything that they're told. So then you sound like a fucking moron when you actually talk to people that know what they're talking about when it comes to supporting Ukraine. You're actually going to see an Uno reverse MAGA, and I want you to understand that the only thing Donald Trump can do to get himself out of this situation right now is to support Ukraine. And it looks like he's doing it, because that's the only thing he's going to be able to do to actually draw something out of this shit show right now. And boy, yeah, it's not going to be nice for you, because you've been lied to for 3 years that your taxpayer money is going to Ukraine. And now here is Donald Trump breaking that promise too. Your problem, not mine. Let's go Ukraine. Good. Glad they're getting something out of this dog shit fascist government. And that's nobody's fault but you, that you chose to be lied to about Ukraine specifically. You could have been supporting Ukraine. You could have been against Biden the whole goddamn time, hated Biden, but you could have still been morally correct by supporting Ukraine, like a lot of Republicans did. They had to hide, had to hide out here and play games so that way they can fit in, which is fine. It is what it is. It's life out here. But that you could have absolutely supported Ukraine and still been a MAGA and been Republican and done that, because you chose not to be lied to about Ukraine. You lied to about other things, but at least with Ukraine, you chose not to be lied to, which is great, because they're fighting Russia. Russia is one of the most biggest worldwide global propaganda machines there is. And all of the reasons why you don't support Ukraine, there could be maybe some valid ones, like maybe like you can't personally donate money. There's no reason why you can't just like socially say, I stand with Ukraine, or like, I hope the best for Ukraine. You know, that's better than anything. I hope the best for Ukraine. I hope their people have a prosperous future. Bam. No controversy in that statement. Nothing there. You could have said that and fucked off, but no, you decided to believe a bunch of narratives about our taxpayer money going to Ukraine, and the working class is working, and all your money, and there's a machine, a wash machine, and Zelensky's running it, and he's throwing all your cash in there, and he's just spinning it up and taking all of your money, and you can't afford anything because of Biden and Zelensky. And Zelensky's the real dictator and not Putin. Putin is just doing what he has to do. Zelensky's the real like fucking clowns. All of you that believe that. Any of you that believe that, especially Troy specifically. But if you're in the chat and you have a dog shit belief about Ukraine, that's my arbiter of whether or not you're a fucking moron. Like seriously, because when it comes to Ukraine, easy to understand. Russia, imperialism, want Ukraine, launched full-scale invasion, and now here they are 3+ years later still trying to bomb Ukrainian cities, because Russia wants Ukraine back in their federation. They want it back in their they want Soviet Union again. Putin wants that. That's Putin's dream. Trump talks about the apple of Putin's eye. The whole thing is, every single former Soviet country is Putin's red apple of his eye, whatever. He wants that back. He wants the great Soviet Union, Russian Federation power back. That's what Putin wants. And so does the Kremlin and all the people that boost Putin within the Russian government. That is the actual end game for Putin and Russia. And because you believe the Russians, because the Russians inject their propaganda into right-wing media, they do. In Tenet Media, Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, you got Lawrence Southern, I believe, and a few others getting Russian dark money to lie to MAGA and right-wingers as to why you shouldn't support Ukraine. And it's all fucking lies. All of it is lies. Then you have the opposite. You have the gray zone, and now Tucker Carlson, who panders to a leftist base, which is weird, but you have the gray zone who does the same thing, or the Young Turks engaged in that shit too, which is why I like the Young Turks and Gray Zone and Blumenthal, whatever the fuck, or whatever his name is, stupid leftist media that sucks ass too. They're all in on it together because they're all fucking stupid, and they're trying to pander to a populist base instead of the truth. Because you got them, because they have some leftist media have to be America bad. They have to, no matter what, even if there's nothing there to be America bad. You can be America bad all day long, but there's like a limit to when you're trying to report truth about what's happening to Ukraine. There should be no like America is bad, so therefore Russia good. Like that is so stupid. And a lot of people on the left believe that too. And like MAGA, you're aligned with the most extreme leftists on that, by the way. I want you to know that. If you're like Troy in the chat, you are aligned with like the most extreme anti-war leftists. And that is someone you're not supposed to be politically aligned with. Weird. Not supposed to, but you are sometimes. No, some of them, at least I'm not at the, it was really just during the Palestine protests of like 2023, 2024 when I would see that. But now, like at the big anti-Trump rallies, there's Ukrainian flags all over it with Palestine flags, and I feel like those anti-war leftists that were saying shit like that are irrelevant in the anti-Trump movement, which is good. Like I'm not seeing that at all out there. I'm not seeing any leftists go up to someone holding a Ukrainian flag and telling them that's bad, or like that's pro-war or whatever. Like that's not happening. Like there's literally Ukrainian and Palestinian flags like in these anti-Trump protests, like standing next to each other the whole time, and there's lots of them. So I don't think I'm really seeing. You see it on the gray zone, or like leftist super media, but beyond that, like real people out here are not. They're not with that. They can see that Russia's conducting imperialism, and they can see the difference between like aiding Ukraine and aiding Israel. There's a clear and distinct difference, like beyond it's clear and distinct.
I know you've urged people to move on, but I'm curious, why do you think your supporters in particular have been so interested?
Gray zone is very pro-Palestine. You don't hear much on Ukraine from them. Oof, then you're not listening. They're not listening. They'll go on there and advocate. They'll say that it's a NATO proxy war. You just had it was who's the guy in the gray zone? It's not Blumenthal, is the Republican one. They teamed up with They teamed up with Alex Jones, not Gray Zone Warfare. Oh yeah, it is Max Blumenthal. Yes, well, Scott Ritter. Wow, they're gonna have Scott Ritter on. The Gray Zone prides itself in not literally. Scott Ritter is a pedophile, convicted pedophile that Russia loves to the platform. So that's great. They are. They platform. They're not like they might not be outright anti-Ukraine. Like and say Ukraine sucks, fuck Ukraine, but they'll platform all Russian propagandists. And they'll platform the Russian narrative of their invasion of Ukraine and then label it as a NATO proxy war, or like as if Ukraine fighting for their independence is like NATO expansionism, which is also so dumb and such a cooked take to ever have, because these countries have to personally apply for it. They have to. They can't just join NATO. It's not like what's his name? It's who is in charge of NATO now? NATO. Mark Rutte. That's right. We just switched. I was going to say Jens Stoltenberg, but Mark Rutte is now the Secretary General of NATO. This guy can't like go into a room and go, where now? Where will NATO go to next? Let's do that one, and let's do that one, and let's make sure it's specifically on Russia's border to make them mad. If you believe that, you're fucking cooked. If you believe that, you're like MAGA to me in my brain, and because MAGA believes that, but a lot of people on the left believe that too. They have to individually join, and oftentimes they're joining because of Russia's actions. Like, for example, Sweden and Finland. They just joined NATO like in the last couple of years. Finland just joined last year. I think Sweden was in 2023 or 2023. They didn't need NATO before that. Why? Because Russia wasn't, they invaded Georgia, but they weren't really like, they weren't conducting imperialism closer to other European countries. But after Russia invaded Ukraine, you got Finland and Sweden, who didn't need NATO either, by the way. We would like train with them, but Finland and Sweden have militaries that can handle themselves. Like they're not pushover militaries. Okay, they're really strong, they're really capable, they're modern, and they joined NATO just in the last couple of years because of the threat of Russia. So nobody is causing NATO bases to prop up more than Vladimir Putin's Russia and their own actions, because countries that literally have never been in NATO are begging to be a part of it now because it's a security alliance that protects them against Russia's invasions. Maybe if Russia stopped invading countries, NATO would stop expanding, or like countries would stop applying to join NATO. The inverse is true there. That's bro. If you like can't understand Ukraine, that's my arbiter of if you're a fucking moron or not. If like, and that's left and right. I don't care what your politics are. I've seen it from both sides. Both sides. Yes, I get to be a part of that. Yes, I get to say that. Seen that from both sides of stupid about Ukraine. Okay. It was more often than not, it's from MAGA though, but because they're in the government. and the far left doesn't really have a single person, but they're loud online. But MAGA, though, runs the country, and Donald Trump is the president. And no one's been really more anti-Ukraine than MAGA, even as much as some of the anti-war left has been. You know, that no one really has screwed Ukraine than MAGA and the Republican Party. Even while Biden was president, the Republican Party was undermining aid to Ukraine through the House when Donald Trump told them to from Mar-a-Lago. And it was like, no, you will not pass that. You had border provisions. You could have had Biden era border provisions, and then you could have had double MAGA. You could have had Biden as president with a Democratic Senate, and you could have gotten border shit for yourself. And Biden was down for that. A lot of it too. Nothing woke. Nothing like nothing that would have literally helped the issues at the border in terms of like the long asylum list. It would have helped your legal immigration that you claim to like or whatever. We love legal immigration. It's just the illegal immigration that we have a problem with. What the hell? It would have not fixed it, but it would have addressed it. It would have been a good leap pad to go from Biden with that border bill to Trump, because obviously with Trump you wanted your mass deportations and all this shit. Well, you would have had a lot of immigration judges with your deportations. You would have had a fuckload of judges to help process your deportations here if you would have been smart and actually like supported Biden and what's his name, from Ohio, can't think, James Langford, who was the senator who spearheaded it, who was MAGA and spearheaded it, and it was a bipartisan border bill to help Ukraine because MAGA demanded it. And Biden being Biden and Democrats being Democrats having to always give to Republicans too. And that needs to stop too, by the way. Democrats, you don't need to give a fucking thing to Republicans. Your policy should just include all Americans. But if you can literally not, if you have the power of the government again, do not give in to Republican demands like this. That there was aid to Ukraine and Republicans cried about the border. And that's why there was even border provisions in the bill before Ukraine got aid back when Biden was president, because MAGA cried and Marjorie Taylor Greene went on the news and said that no, the real invasion's at the southern border. The real invasion's in Texas. There's an invasion at the southern border. With all your money that's going to Ukraine needs to go to the southern border. And then Biden was like, oh, and then gave in, because that's what Democrats do. And they give it into the Republicans, even though they had they didn't have the Supreme Court, but they had the presidency and the Senate. But the House and Donald Trump from the shadows of Mar-a-Lago were able to really like move in the House during that time. And that sucked. That sucked so hard. Only to just get shit on. Only just to get shit on in the end. And then you got no border provisions during Biden, you idiots. You fucking morons. You got no border provisions. And then Ukraine got aided in the end. Yeah, we got Ukraine the aid. Suck it. Haha. I helped with that too, by the way. I made sure Ukraine got aid. Not enough though. Still need to do more. But the politics of MAGA are just so fucked, dude. All of it. You're led by morons who don't know what they're talking about, who have money coming from all left, right, and center, from Russia to Israel to whatever, telling you how to think and feel about everything. And then you got a cult leader president who now is calling you stupid weaklings. And we're supposed to live in a country with people like this, dude. It's just, it fucking makes me mad. That's why I can't do this every day. Every other day right now is good, unless there's breaking news. I wasn't up early enough to cover the Syria news today, but that's why I can't do this every single day, because people are dumb and I can't handle it. And I will just lose my shit because it's so like, obviously Donald Trump's decisions are so obviously bad for everybody, and it's clear. It's the only thing that's helped keeping it afloat is a cult. That's it. Everybody else has fallen off. It's literally just a political cult funded by billionaires in Israel that is keeping this shit going, dude. And it's time to be done. I think it's time to be done with it.
In the Epstein story, I'm so upset about how it's been handled.
I don't understand it. Why they would be so interested. He's dead for a long time. He was never a big factor in terms of life. I don't understand what the interest or what the fascination is. I really don't. And the credible information's been given. Don't forget, we went through years of the Mueller witch hunt and all of the different things, the Steele dossier, which was all fake. all that information was fake. But I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case would be of interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring. And I don't understand why it...
Why do you have to cuss? Do you have a limited vocabulary, LSA enforcer? I mean, are you a woke little bitch? Can you not handle swear words? Are you okay? Do you need a safe space and a pillow and a blankie? Fucking...
I think...
Oh, see, shut up.
Pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going. But credible information, let them give it. Anything that's credible, I would say, let them have it.
As Howard Lutnick laughs. I think Howard Lutnick was friends with Epstein, too. Oh, it was Epstein's neighbor? Really? Howard Lutnick, Epstein neighbor. Howard Lutnick's ties to Jeffrey Epstein come on. Oh, boy. Howard Lutnick's real estate ties to financier Jeff Epstein is once again drawing scrutiny given the Commerce Secretary's apparent support for President Trump's dismissal of what he described as the Epstein case. A 2019 investigation by Cranes found that the Epstein, in addition to his infamous townhouse at 9 East 71st Street in Manhattan, also known as the Herbert N. Strauss House, had significant links to the adjacent property, which real estate records show is owned by Lutnick. Dang. Oof. Uh-oh. Dude, Lutnick on the files too, dude? Oh, man. Then, when you voted for Trump to release the Epstein files, but Trump brought in all the names on the Epstein files into the government, oof. Masterful gambit, MAGA, honestly.
First, the Epstein files were on Pam Body's desk. Then they didn't exist. Then they were written by the Democrats. Now they're just plain old boring. You don't want to see what's in there.
It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring. And I don't understand why it keeps going. I think really only pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going. But credible information, let them give it. Anything that's credible, I would say, let them have it.
So there you hear it. Now, to some of you, the copium's going to set in. You're going to say, hey, he said the credible information, we can release it. We should release it, and we'll talk about that. But they also say in the same interview, we already released the credible information.
And the credible information's been given.
So if it's already been given, they're not going to give you more stuff. Now, funny enough, the guy next to Trump looking on and laughing as Trump says this is a big nothing burger. The only people who would deal with this kind of talk are fake news. That is Epstein's neighbor. That is Howard Lutnick, who has a house that was next to Epstein's place. You can see him laughing here. It's even been reported that Howard Lutnick's place actually literally touches Jeffrey Epstein's house.
I'm sure that's how Howard Lutnick wanted it.
How close their two houses are together. That's the same guy laughing at a statement by the president that Jeffrey Epstein is boring and there's no reason to look into him. And if you do, you're a bad person.
Really only pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going.
I almost don't have words for this, to be calling it boring, to be talking about one of the world's largest predators of all time and trying to figure out who the powerful people are who are connected with this guy, especially when the former neighbor of said predator is standing there laughing as you say that everyone interested in this case is somehow fake news or a bad person. You can see this both in property records and in public press statements at the time about Epstein's Manhattan townhouse, saying that Howard Lutnick of Cantor Fitzgerald bought the adjacent smaller townhouse owned by Lex Wexner. That's one of Epstein's famous benefactors. And in fact, Epstein owned the house.
That was in the Maxwell trial. So you get names in the Maxwell trial, MAGA. But you didn't give a fuck in 2021 because you're crying about Biden's election victory, like I said earlier.
House that later got sold to Howard Lutnick. You can see he owns the trust that owned this house. Later, of course, it goes to Comet Trust and then to Howard Lutnick. Supposedly, the property was sold for $10 in cash value and some other equivalent things. We don't know how much, just to be clear. So maybe it was a fair value price. And maybe they don't know each other. I want to be clear that Howard Lutnick denies knowing Jeffrey Epstein or being associated, so we have to get that in there. But the optics of this are just completely insane, and anyone who's paying attention should not expect any further disclosures from the FBI, DOJ, despite the fact that Trump is sort of about facing on this and saying, well, we can give over the legitimate files, but as we just showed, the legitimate files they're claiming they've already put out. Here's Donald Trump saying that the Epstein files once again are a hoax, but he also says that they can be released if credible.
And in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen, and I would say that, you know, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made
And now they don't exist at all today, obviously. And this is the newest one today.
made up by the Biden information, you know.
The Biden.
And we went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it. But she's handled it very well, and it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release. Yeah.
So that's the second time now he's pushed it off on his attorney general to now handle. But I just don't think this is meaningful because, like I said, they've already said they've given us the credible information already. I think basically they're going to kill it from here. That's my guess, especially since we did get a word from Pam Bondi about this when asked. She basically said we're just going to defer to the memo.
Would release credible files related to Mr. Epstein. Are you prepared to do that, and when would you do it?
Our memo today, our memo speaks for itself, and we'll get back to you on anything else. I haven't seen all of his statements today.
So I think that shows.
So that leads us up to that. You guys are saying, what is Newsom holding a press conference for? Newsom, oh, the guard removal.
2025, Downey in Bell, California.
Well, he started just 2 minutes
LA.
ago. Okay, so this is with the riot. The National Guard is being removed from Los Angeles, finally. Let's tune into this. This is live.
Downey Memorial Community Church. We're grateful that she allowed us the opportunity to be here. And
We're only a couple
highlight
minutes behind.
A little bit of what occurred here, as you may know, in the parking lot a few weeks back when 6 folks came masked without any identification, unmarked cars, and came into the parking lot demanding she get out of the way, demanding she not film, demanding as if they were running the place, demanding she simply walk away. She knew her rights. She exercised her rights. I think it's important to highlight that. It's one thing to know your rights. Another important and imperative thing to do is to exercise them. And she did that. She videotaped what occurred, and it's an example of what's occurring all over here in Southern California, what's occurred at a level we've not seen in modern times. I just had an opportunity to visit with business leaders, small business. And when I say mom and pop, I mean mom, dad, kids, grandkids, generational businesses in Bell. I met one business owner. They've been 20 years in business. They said, we miss COVID. They said it was much easier. They have lost 80% of their business. And they said they've lost something more precious, which really put it in perspective. They said they've lost a sense of community. They said they missed their customers, not the business. They missed the tables being
It's the governor of California.
That's what a family business is all about. They're barely making ends meet. They're trying some catering work. They have a 15-year employee. He won't even show up to work. He's here with documentation, but he's scared to death. He hasn't shown up in weeks since 4 raids occurred in nearby. He won't even show up because he's scared to death of being pulled over for simple reason because of the way he looks, because he's being racially profiled. I met a mother and her beautiful daughter. Daughter's going to Bible school. She just got off. She was walking into an ice cream store. And her mom came to me. She says, I'm here legally, but I'm carrying my passport if you need any proof. I said, you don't need to impress me. She's here legally. She's carrying her passport, and her daughter was just coming back from Bible school. That's Trump's America. 2025, Downey in Bell, California, LA County. the most diverse, most populous county, and the most diverse and most populous state in the world's most diverse democracy, the United States of America, in 2025. It's a disgrace. The President of the United States decided to advance his rote cruelty by utilizing the brave men and women of the National Guard as pawns in an effort to theatrically show his strength. He federalized the National Guard. He deployed roughly 5,000 military, not overseas. In fact, his entire first term, the President of the United States did not even send the military boots on the ground overseas. His entire first term. First 6 months of his administration, he decides to send them to the United States of America, 5,000 military. 4,000 federalized with the National Guard, close to 1,000 U.S. Marines. He sent them to a United States city. The utilization rate of our National Guard, less than 5%. You spent hundreds of millions of dollars, wasted hundreds of millions of dollars on this. 5%. By the way, the folks that were taken and brought into armories waiting for a mission assignment are summer school teachers, our paramedics, our firefighters, our police officers themselves. Finally, because of the absurdity of this and the complete incapacity of the Pentagon to reconcile the fact they weren't doing a damn thing, they manipulated this 26% number. It's about 5%. They even realized the absurdity of this, and they're talking about a demobilization of roughly 2,000 of the 79th Infantry. That process will take a couple weeks. They'll go through medical reviews and exams. They'll be in the process of filling out their pay stubs, getting reimbursements for travel, trying to get their lives back on track. We still have thousands of National Guard. The 49th MPs, you know them well here in Southern California. Those are the 49th MPs that spend 45 days up to 60 days doing recovery and protecting the people of Los Angeles.
Yep.
They're still waiting for the Pentagon to get their act together.
Oof.
To end this theater once and for all. This cruelty. It's about terrorizing communities. It's about appearing tough. I've said it and I'll repeat it. Weakness masquerading as strength. Weakness masquerading as strength. And so we're here, mindful of people living here. I said to someone, I said, I got it easy. No. White guy, all the privileges. Talking to members of the community, they feel like democracy is already gone. For me, it still seems to be, on life support, but moving along. They feel like authoritarianism's already come to their community. They're not even walking the streets. We were here, not just in businesses that are empty. The entire shopping mall's empty. It's summertime. There was no one till that young woman came in with the young girl came in with her mom. There was no one in the ice cream store in the middle of the day, in the summer. One of the most beautiful communities, Bell, in California. Tourists. They said, what happened to the tourists? Not just from Mexico, not just from Canada, from Europe. They said the tourists aren't coming. Wrecking the economy, destroying families, destroying generational businesses. I spent the morning with Officer Cano's family, a CHP officer that just lost his life a few weeks ago. Half of the service was in Spanish. They met in Mexico. His wife, Melissa. The pride that his dad had in his son becoming first-generation law enforcement officer. That's America. That's California. And that's what's being torn asunder by Donald Trump and Stephen Miller.
Could have used a different reference.
This is about families.
Than a cop, but
it's about community. It's about the sense of place.
I know what he's saying. I get
It's
what
about
he's
our
saying.
economy. And it's about time Donald Trump grow up. It's about time Donald Trump understand the hell he is doing. And so I'm here in front of a church on church grounds, mindful that our democracy is not on firm ground, and mindful of our responsibility to be assertive at this moment, and we are, to support our diverse communities, and we will continue to do just that. The budget we just signed included additional dollars for legal representation. We did a special session providing resources for legal representation. Over $75 million we carried forward from last year for additional support. But we must be vigilant and resolved that as we focus on Epstein, we focus on the next day or distraction, that communities like Bell and Downey are being torn apart because of his cruelty and because of his incompetence. And so that's the purpose of this opportunity to share and to engage and, of course, ask any questions here today.
Governor Newsom, your personal and your governor's press office social media accounts have taken a much more aggressive tone over the last couple of weeks. Recently, the press office called Stephen Miller a cuck on Twitter. How do you differentiate yourself from Trump if you're using state and personal social media accounts to name call and attack him?
Well, it's a response to Stephen Chung in the White House and his use of that word. I don't think they understand any other kind of language, so I have no apologies for standing tall and firm and pushing back against their cruelty. And if it requires more clear language, requires a recognition
I'm with that.
things have radically changed.
Yeah, go fuck yourselves.
With Trump
You
presidency.
can't say that.
Then
Only
I
we
will
can
assert
say
myself
that.
As
Only
I
we
feel
can
fit.
say that
And I'll
stuff.
do so with
Those are
clarity
our
and
words.
conviction. The difference between Donald Trump and the Trump administration and the state of California and the work that's being done by many elected officials here is we don't just exercise our formal authority, we also exercise our moral authority.
Nice. A good answer.
Last week, we saw that the core civic California City, former California prison, has now been renamed the California City Immigration.
We can only say mean words. You can't. If you say it, then you're just like us.
Safety oversight or other constitutional oversight of that facility when, if and when it reopens as an ICE processing.
So California, and we had advanced in the first Trump administration, California updated and advanced a lot of its oversight rules and regulations as it relates to the authority of the state that's vested in us as it relates to the specific issue of health and safety. We also had to recognize that we had to reconcile the federal jurisdiction, and there were certain limits as it relates to our direct involvement and direct engagement. The good news is, having gone through a version of what we're experiencing here today, but not at the scale of the cruelty that we're experiencing, that we had updated a lot of those rules and regulations, including resourcing members of the Department of Justice, specifically the AG's office, to provide that kind of oversight. I specifically had on this topic conversations with immigrant rights leaders about what their expectations were in terms of that support, how we can coordinate and collaborate and share information, and that is our intent as it relates to that specific facility as well.
Yeah, this is live. Gavin Newsom, the National Guard is in the process of being removed, starting yesterday, actually.
Well, they're not. I mean, under the tenets, the police officers are not to aid and abet. As it relates to the issues of these raids, it's not. It's very clear as it relates to the policies, local policies, which distinguish themselves from state policies. That is not the role of local law enforcement. The role of local law enforcement is to create a framework of trust. As it relates to safety of individuals, be it their state employees, local employees, or federal employees. They have a responsibility as it relates to public safety. So I'm deeply mindful of that. There's a balancing act there. But when it comes to the safety of officers, I wish them no harm. Most of these folks have been conscripted. I mean, the National Guard men and women are heroes. A lot of you were out there taking selfies with them. Biggest issue they had in places like Santa Monica is so many, jugs of water came, so much food came. We were really proud of them. They're the same people. They're just under now a jurisdiction of someone who's unhinged by the name of Donald Trump.
Nice.
And so I want people to recognize that and respect that. So it's about public safety in that respect, broadly defined. That safety includes federal employees as well.
Governor, do you anticipate if there's a problem with, do you anticipate a possibility of a further drawdown of the National Guard and or shipping the Marines back to their base, given the rules that Washington wants as far as the ability of ICE officers to arrest anybody who attacks federal officers? The White House on the 11th said literally anyone who throws rocks, whatever, assaults federal officers, they're freeing up ICE to actually detain and arrest those people for assault. If those rules of engagement hold, are you anticipating a further drawdown because there's no need for soldiers or anyone else to provide any kind of a buffer around ICE officers doing those type of operations?
Yeah, again, the utilization rate, the mission tasking of roughly 5,000 military personnel
Less
is
than
about
5.
5%.
So they weren't doing
They claim
shit.
It's 26.6%.
They weren't doing
and that's
anything.
because they're in an operational readiness, but they're in Los Alamitos, an hour and a half away. They're sitting there behind the walls looking for things to do.
Bored.
5%. So as it relates to
Getting
the
dog shit
drawdown,
military pay,
they're
too.
a solution right now in search of a problem. But more importantly, I think this is the issue that I want to highlight. This is a preview of things to
It'd be
come.
a
If you think
terrible
this
time
is
to be in
about
the military right
California,
now.
You are fooling yourself. These are operations you're going to see all across the United States of America.
So
They've
glad I
tested
got
the
my
boundaries of
DD-214.
the law.
Holy
They've tested
shit.
the boundaries of public perception and what the public will accept.
Did my time.
And they're going to export, including potentially members of our own state National Guard, to other states. So when they draw down and demobilize, the question is, for what? To go where? Under whose command, whose control? And to me, that's a more interesting question, is what ultimately becomes of these members of our National Guard. But look, you recall, we had close to 1,600 officers at certain points at the peak of what was going on in a couple square blocks or a couple blocks in Los Angeles. CHP officers and LAPD were protecting the National Guard. To your question, not the other way around. That's how absurd this whole thing has become. You would think there'd be some congressional oversight, but those guys have disappeared. Speaker Johnson, in name only. We can get to that.
In name
The question
only.
is how long he'll be Speaker. They're, of course, trying to change the game on that. That's a separate conversation.
The midterms are coming. MAGA.
Well, I want to get them back under my control so we can get them back doing the kind of work to control wildfires, to keep our communities safe, to address the issue of counter-narcotics, to address the issue of fentanyl. I want to remind you guys, I put 394 of your National Guard men and women years and years ago on the border. I've hardly been timid. I've deployed the National Guard in multiple locations, multiple times. Going back to George Floyd, one of the largest deployments in U.S. history. With thousands of them, the 49th Infantry, the MPs rather, that were out there on the streets after the fires. They need to get back doing the rattlesnake teams, which are basically teams that work in partnership with other state agencies and conservation corps and CAL FIRE to do the vegetation and forest management, hundreds of them. So they'll be reassigned when they come back under our control. About 190 were already redeployed. The rest will start coming back as they're demobilized. I want to get them back in our counter-narcotics efforts and our drug interdiction efforts and the task forces that have been firmly assigned, and to support Border Patrol as it relates to some of that effort, not just what's coming in north, but what's going down south with all the gun running and cash that are going through, including those tunnels that I had the opportunity to explore and witness firsthand with my National Guard, or your National Guard, just a matter of months ago. So that's part of it. But I also want them back teaching our kids. I want them back walking the beat with their masks off, building trust, sense of community. And I'll tell you, the most damaging thing about what's going on right now is other law enforcement agencies, these good folks, are being impacted because people are losing trust in local law enforcement now. They don't know who is who. This is, if you wrote this script, some Hollywood could say that doesn't seem past any tests. People running around with masks and sunglasses on, and they can run around. I mean, I was in a farmer's market, true story, 2 weeks ago. And all of a sudden I started feeling, I had my hat and sunglasses on, walked a few blocks so no one can see. But they saw a few cars that we drove up in, a white and black car. And you started to feel, as I'm walking around, no one said a word. I was casually buying week's food for the kids. And you felt something. And all of a sudden, the manager of the farmer's market came up asking our folks who they were, because they heard that ICE was there. It was just the governor. That's how bad it's become. Well, they better do it now, today, next few hours. I'm a taxpayer.
Because it's the Republicans that are it's the Republicans, Annie, that are tone deaf on immigrants, not the Democrats.
Money wasted like this.
It's actually the conservative side, the Republican side, MAGA.
No fiscal
You are tone deaf on immigrants.
They prove that in the Big Beautiful Betrayal. But this is comedy. Donald Trump waxing on about the Fed chair today and cost overruns on a new building. How about the hundreds of millions of dollars he's burned just to try to sear in your mind that he's some tough guy because he didn't get enough hugs from his parents growing up.
Governor, you alluded to this.
Oh, sorry.
Do you credit the Trump administration for assisting with restoring law and order in Los Angeles?
The exact opposite. He incited more anxiety. He's incited more unrest. He's incited more uncertainty. He's exacerbated the conditions. Exactly the opposite. It's not even a close call.
Everything is a projection with them.
I revere the men and women in uniform, police officers from city jurisdictions, county jurisdictions, state jurisdictions. Universally, they say that. Not just the governor of California saying that. No, I don't credit him. I credit him for creating chaos. He's a chaos agent. He is not about calming people's nerves. He's not about public safety. This is the same president of the United States that incited almost a riot, in fact, did incite a riot, and tried to torch this democracy on January 6th. Police officers were hurt. He incited that riot. He promoted violence. He has no problem promoting violence, Donald Trump, as long as it services his aims and his ends. He did not promote peace. Quite the contrary.
Governor, you alluded just now to.
Forgive me, because she's going. I know she's never going to ever talk to me.
The one thing is, I'll say, is they wouldn't be so they're paranoid because Fox News and right-wing media tell them to be paranoid. That's why. There's no paranoia. The undocumented that are here, the criminals that are if there's anyone that's undocumented that's a criminal, they should be prosecuted. Simple as that. Okay. Send them to prison. Get them the fuck out of here. The majority of the issues are the asylum requests from legal migration that are coming, and they're put on a list for 10, 20 years, and then they're left on that. The amount of undocumented migration is a fuck all issue. Actual fuck all issue. Not a problem to the actual American economy, not a problem to the American worker. And the people that have negative feelings about it is because they are told to have them from Fox News, Newsmax, whatever right-wing loser podcaster that tells them to get mad about it. Because there really is no issue with undocumented migrants, actually, except for the ones that are undocumented and want to be documented, or whatever, because they're on the asylum list for so long, and they can't get off of it because of the backlog on there.
Me again, so forgive me. No. This is
The real immigration problem that we have is billionaires coming to the United States, buying up all of your small businesses and taking all of your money and actually and bringing in legal foreign workers through visa programs and taking your fucking jobs legally. That's the actual problem, but no one wants to talk about that. That's boring. That's capitalism. That's success. When a foreigner can come here, a billionaire foreigner, and start factories and do whatever the fuck they want, and then delete your job and bring in their own foreign workers to do your job. That's the problem. Not migrants that come through the southern border and work in the fucking fields for 12 to 15 hours a day. That is not the problem.
Thank you for your patience. Governor, you alluded earlier to Speaker Johnson maybe not being speaker anymore in this conversation that's been going on about redistricting.
No, that's good.
Great
Yeah.
answer. It sounds like you're looking for, if you potentially wanted to reopen this conversation about drawing maps.
Which I don't. Goes to your question.
Well,
These guys, look, you got to. I don't. It's not what I want to do. Let me explain it, because I'm going to validate where you're going. I was one of, at the time, I don't recall, this may be overstated, but I thought I was one of a handful of Democrats in elected office that supported independent redistricting.
Oh, is that what you're... Okay, I was reading two different comments. I think Troy's comment was over yours, Cat Dog. Yeah, people that are undocumented are paranoid about being arrested and deported. Yes, those people are obviously paranoid and worried. I guess your comment got blended in with the Troy and Gabe. I came here for 20 years and didn't apply for anything. Sounds like you were lazy, cry me a river. You came here for 20 years and didn't apply for anything, so what, you're illegal then? Gabe? Are you illegal then?
When it first was promoted. I support independent redistricting. I think it should be done at a national level. At the same time, I also am mindful next year is the 250th anniversary of the founding of this great country. And I'm very fearful about what's going on in this country. When Donald Trump calls in to the Texas legislature along the lines of the phone calls he made saying, find me some votes in Georgia.
But honestly, though, I'm going to be honest. Like, it's undocumented undocumented immigrants too, but like people that are American are getting arrested. Like, they're just brown. They're just American while brown, and they're being arrested for that, actually. And that is happening.
Trump calls in to the Texas legislature along the lines of the phone calls he made saying, find me some votes in Georgia, and says, find me five more seats in Texas. They're playing by a different set of rules. They can't win by the traditional game, so they want to change the game. We can act taller than thou. We could sit on the sidelines, talk about the way the world should be. Or we can recognize the existential nature that is this moment. And so it took me a moment to reconcile my own feelings. Very proud of the work Governor Schwarzenegger and others did on that. It's a national model. Right now, there may not be a nation to model. And so my response to that, and I want to finish because it's the question you're asking, has been to explore what we can do about it. And that's exactly what I've tasked my team. And there are two alternatives if you're interested. You can call a special session and we can move forward. And we're exploring that. And we've had real conversations about that. There are also a number of legal experts that have come to us exploring an alternative to that. Through an urgency measure, the legislature can move forward with new maps as it relates to federal districts.
What is that about now? California map districts. What's happening with that? Gerrymandering. Governor Newsom floats redistricting retribution if Texas GOP redraws its maps. Ooh. Oh shit. Texas is going to redraw their maps? Republican gerrymandering, dude. So this is going to be a case of Republicans can do it, but as soon as a Democrat is going to openly do it, then it's a problem. Watch. House Democrats, California leaders weigh tit-for-tat redistricting if Texas Republicans redraw maps. House Democrat, like literally Republicans will redraw maps and districts and have like through a city, like they'll have a fucking, it makes zero sense just to gerrymander and to keep themselves in power. That's because honestly, America like is like, yeah, we're conservative. We're a conservative country, I guess ish, but my generation and younger, not. I'm just being honest, or even like some Gen X, like Republicans are cooked actually. Like they will lose. They have to do so many things to win elections because they fucking suck. They suck so hard, and they take all of your money and give it to billionaires and do nothing else. And do fucking nothing else. They're there to help the ultra rich continue to be ultra rich, and that's it. And through policy procedures with the Heritage Foundation, etc., that will help do that, and that is it. There's literally nothing else. So, and also Texas, I thought it would, I didn't think it would turn blue in 2024, but it's going that way. It's not so hardline red like it has been. You got a lot of blue in Texas now. So the Republicans in Texas are going to try to hold on to that because that's what they got to do. They got to cheat. They got to cheat to win. Cheat to win. So California is considering doing it because, okay, the lawmaker, okay, Democratic meetings are a response to recent calls from Donald Trump's political orbit for Republicans in Austin to draw new district lines that would shift GOP voters from safely red districts into neighboring blue ones in a bid to flip the seats to protect the GOP's slim house. Wow. They're trying to cheat before the midterms. So obviously Newsom is like, then we'll do it then. Democrats see the fight as essential offensive posture that could make the difference in reclaiming the House. Republicans they have narrow control of the House. So that's why the Republicans are likely going to cheat. Texas 15 district. Is this one of those districts that are fucking, oh my God. What is that? This is Republican 101, guys. They lie, cheat, and fucking steal everything. Look at this. Look at this district. Is there a photo? Can I just do photo? This is House District 15 in Texas. What in the fuck is that? There's Texas's 15th district. That makes sense. Yep, that for sure makes so much sense. So if you represent parts of San Antonio or I guess the suburbs, then you represent the border too, in the bordered towns. Wow. So this is like, that's what gerrymandering means. So like when these are districts, voting districts for politicians, and Republicans do shit like this so that way they can hold power. And it's should be illegal. Should be illegal. Please play the Katie Johnson affidavit video. I don't. Okay, maybe send it to me if you could. Thank you, Tess. The video was on YouTube. Okay, thank you. There used to be a version that didn't have her face phased out. I mean, I don't. I'll have to look into that off stream. That's insane. That's wild. Fucking clowns, dude.
And that is option. That is also being considered. And both of those are being advanced in real time.
Troy, I don't care what you want to call it, Troy. The thing that you represent is getting destroyed, and I'm going to be a part of it too.
Not only with members of the legislature.
The politics of the MAGA, I'm full on into destroying it.
But others that are interested.
I don't care
because they feel the same pressures I do about the existential threat of what Donald Trump and some of these Republican states are trying to do.
But forgive me to ask a question to this. I'm having a hard time squaring how that does still, either of those options, not fundamentally bump up against the will of the voters who approved an independent.
Well, it's pretty easy. The option one is, by definition, reconciles that. By definition, because it would require those same voters to make a determination on the basis of current facts. we can be stubborn, and just assume everything's status quo ante. I mean, they've changed. There's no. Used to be 3 co-equal branches of government. One's completely disappeared in real time. The rule of law is being challenged every single day. Just ask all the masked people running around here. People are disappearing. Quite literally, a word you hear all the time. People are quite literally disappearing with no due process, no rights. The courts take forever to advance the cause of any reconciliation. You've got a president that's talking about recalling folks and judges he disagrees with, or just completely dismissing. He runs right up to the edge on the rule of law on decisions that are made by the courts and whether or not it works for him, or decides on a whim that it won't. So things have changed, and so that would be the argument I would make. But again, I don't come to this lightly. This is not a point of, it's just a point of rationalization. And I hope a realization for everyone else. Everything has changed, and it's changing in real time.
And it seems like, even though Gavin might not be a perfect person for me, he's at least willing to do the fight, it seems. He's at least willing to do the fight instead of like these other Democrats that are just going to turn over and fucking take it. Like a lot of them do. And just sit there, oh, we can't do anything. And then reporters will go, hey, why are you doing something? You're doing something. That's bad. Only the conservatives can break all the rules and do whatever the fuck they want. You have to play by rules and well, is this a hypocrisy? So it seems like, well, Gavin not being perfect for me, but I don't think any politician's perfect, to be honest. None of them are. But I appreciate the fact that he is willing to fight back, at least. Could have done better though. So obviously, like, I had my criticisms of his leadership during the protests in LA during this, and using the LAPD to crush the peaceful protests was not cool. His willingness to fight at the federal level is commendable.
And I'm not going to be the guy that said I could have, would have, should have.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be passive at this moment. I'm not going to look at my kids in the eyes and say I was a little timid, or I didn't like the word that this guy used. I'm just not going to be that guy. I'm sorry. What more evidence do you need? I mean, everything that Dan's happened last 6 months in this part of the state.
Literally. I mean, I don't blame him. I mean, what do you want? Why don't you just sit there and be like, oh, you gotta be so nice, and you can't say bad words to Trump, and play by all these rules that are made up, that America made up, and then the conservatives don't have to obey by any of them. And then if you're a liberal, if you go outside the grain, then you're fucking like a communist. That's really what it is. Anyone that's on the left that truly tries to advocate for Americans and the working class, you are labeled a communist or a socialist, and that's evil in America. That you're evil if you're a communist or socialist. It's backwards. The billionaire class and the ultra rich elite, good. Working class, people that advocate for the working class and benefits, they're communists. It's like we're in a hypnosis here in America.
So that's my approach, and to the extent that others share it, by definition, it requires the consent.
Immigration won the election? Nope. Actually, it's one of those situations where the Donald Trump, they didn't win. The Democrats beat themselves with going too mid, on everything, to be honest. Too much Israel support. Not enough, they didn't even need to do too much difference, but just publicly break from Israel. Just do that. That would have won Harris easily, probably. If Harris would have went up there and said, we're done. We're Netanyahu, we're not meeting with him no more. Or we're going to help with the investigations at the European Commission or whatever. Then she would have probably won easily. If you hold the election right now, Harris is winning. Not irrelevant to Israel. Take Israel out of it. Harris is winning right now, after just 6 months of Trump. So again, Donald Trump, they got 2 more million votes than Harris, Kamala Harris, who was the 4th or 5th option in 2020, by the way, for Democrats. Only won by 2 million. The Democrats beat themselves, honestly. Just watch. It'll be so much fun when you watch the midterms, and I'm going to just, every MAGA tier, I'm going to just dance on it or use it we'll smoke it. How about that? We'll smoke MAGA tiers coming up here.
Of our
put it in a joint, roll it up, and smoke the fuck out of it.
By definition, it requires the consent of our represented body, the legislature, and they'll make that determination. And if they choose the path of a ballot initiative, the people of this state will decide for themselves in the spirit that brought you that law in the first place.
More rebel Elmo. Yeah, let's put Elmo up. The John Stewart's version of Elmo. That could be our president. I'll vote for that.
Governor, given we've had a federal judge rule the tactics that ICE has been using on the streets here in Southern California are a problem. If that is upheld, where they have to change their tactics regarding how officers are on the street, how they're identified, how they actually do arrest and apprehension. If ICE is forced to modify those tactics and policies, do you think there may be a reduction in the number of problems that we have regarding enforcement?
Well, I would hope so, just the indiscriminate nature of this. And by the way, I take a back seat to no one. You want to coordinate, Donald Trump, you want a partner, you've got a partner. You want to coordinate with violent criminals? I'm happy to partner with you. I've got the receipts. No other governor could lay claim to over 11,000 individuals we've coordinated with ICE since I've become governor of the state of California. Violent criminals. This is not about violent criminals. Quite the contrary.
The difference is being precise and not going into workplaces with masked fucking ICE agents in public in broad daylight. And then the whole city sees a Bearcat sheriff up-armored vehicle driving your fucking streets. Same thing with Biden, with the precise actions, and then you can say, well, Obama had deportations, and then I saw as usual, keep chopping in chat earlier. Well, okay, Gavin likes the border and the military down there. If there's a purpose, if there's a reason, not just fucking Donald Trump just sending shit places in your taxpayer money in infinity for no reason other than to cause chaos, to own the libs or whatever. Well, the libs didn't like it, so it must be good. That Trump good policy. Trump have good policy. I like Trump. It make liberal mad. And then Trump can work on that. There's no precision. There's no anything other than bullshit with him.
So as it relates to the random nature, this indiscriminate nature, I hope the judge begins to rationalize that, this sort of racialization of these enforcements. I mean, Holman himself, talk about a tough guy. Holman himself. I mean, talk about a self-inflicted wound. He said, yeah, on the basis we can do whatever we want, on the basis of how you look. In some cases, what car you're driving. So that was a pretty obvious decision, the lower court. But what's no longer obvious is what happens at the appellate and obviously the Supreme Court. But I'm hoping it will rationalize some of this. And at peril, again, you're going to see this in other cities. And I worry about people's lives. I'm telling you, we're on the verge. This is serious. I mean, if someone just randomly, if I'm walking down the street with my kids and someone grabs me with a mask on and tries to throw me in an unmarked van and I am looking at my kids, I'm surprised someone hasn't gotten hurt. Someone is going to get hurt. So the best thing that happened to this administration may be that they have to come to realization of what they're doing and change their tactics, even if they're not compelled to do so at the appellate level. I pray that's the case.
Are you thinking a 10-state moment is possible?
I'm not going there. And look, that gets hyperbolic.
Somebody already fired shots at federal agents the other day.
Yeah, I worry about that. And you got someone who dropped 30 feet because they were scared to death and lost their lives. Farm worker. Yeah, I met that 16-year-old kid. His mom and dad were disappeared after 20 years going to the same workplace, dragged out of their cars.
Newsom knows how to work the media, that's for sure.
I met an 86-year-old woman
without
who, by the
shitting
way,
on him.
coincidentally, in 1986, was able to get her citizenship.
He knows how to work the media. You got MAGA out there for sure, chirping back at him. He's like, oh, really? What about the guy that shot? Yeah, it's bad. Same with the guy, the worker that died during the ICE raid. I love that. That's my favorite. Because MAGA does a whataboutism, and then you hit them right back with one. So Newsom knows how to talk back to MAGA, and that's important to do, actually.
Yeah. And she said she literally had PTS. She was expressing and she was shaking. As she was sitting there in a coffee store, she said, when I heard the helicopters, it reminded me when I was a kid. And we used to learn how to hide in the baskets in the fields. She said that's what it felt like again. Despite Donald Trump saying we're not going after workplaces, we're not going after nonviolent folks. They're essential to our
And that was the irony too, right? When I brought that up during the stream a couple days ago, the big ICE raid at the marijuana farm, and we learned they do tomatoes and cucumbers, I believe. pretty lit farm. 420 and tomatoes and cucumbers. Sign me up. But anyways, Trump had just came out days prior, like a week ago or two, saying, "Oh, we're gonna leave the actual workers alone, like the ones that are actually like have an employment. We'll just go after the criminals and the MS-13s." Literally, like days later, they're raiding a fucking pot farm.
Well-being. We're not going after farm workers. We're not going after folks in the hospitality and leisure industry.
Mm-hmm.
Last question.
Oops.
Nothing. Yeah, we're trying to. It's interesting. It was a question I got today, and I think it's much deeper than people think. You know, we tend to measure things in the aggregate. We don't live in the aggregate. You know, it's not about GDP. It's about communities, these small businesses. This is not, with all due respect, about Apple and NVIDIA. You know, it's not about Tim Cook being able to make a call and getting an exemption, or some of those farmers that after the raids in Ventura, on behalf of the Farm Bureau, because they were big donors to Donald Trump, made the call. So he the next day said, "I'm going to back off." Of course he didn't, but said he would. They have no advocate, these small businesses. It's incalculable when you're down 6 to 7% in business. Imagine being down 60 or 70%. You don't get that back. You could lose your house because you've got a line of credit on your house against your business. You could lose everything, your dreams, your family. How do you calculate that? And so I don't know the answer to that. I want to know I'm mindful. We need to understand that. I pray that that these guys pay attention in Washington, D.C. and end this charade. Thank you guys very, very much. Thank you guys.
Press to just stay here. Thank you.
Oh, pretty good. Pretty good press conference for Gavin Newsom. He's going to be running for sure. He'll be one of the candidates for 2028 president. Just be ready for that. He will for sure. He was on Sean Ryan, right? He was on the Sean Ryan show. Let's see what the comments are saying. I'm not watching Sean Ryan content, but yeah, he was just on there. Governor Newsom, 4 hours too. I definitely came for the comments. So it's as everyone is, it looks like. Sorry, Sean. I was 25 minutes in. It couldn't do anymore. I live in California. This guy's delusional. I've never seen someone pat themselves on the back for being the worst governor and then lie about it. It's crazy, man. I get what you're trying to do, Sean, but this guy's something else. I only made it 5 minutes. I'm only 11 minutes in. Well, if Sean Ryan's audience hates it, it's good for America then. Sorry, like Sean Ryan, if you're going to Sean Ryan for any type of information at all, you're looking in the absolute wrong area too. Sean Ryan's part of the problem. Adam Carolla called him out on his BS. Okay. Adam Carolla. Wow. He's pro-gun for himself, not you though. You know, he's in the right-wing podcast sphere, Sean Ryan. He has support from a lot of military and law enforcement stuff because he was involved in that. But that's about that. All right. What else we got? Oh, wow. There was a Tammy briefing today. Oh, Jesus. No, thank you. We had a Tammy briefing today, guys, from the State Department. Well, are you happy with Trump? Let's see what's happening on here. Is there anything happening new here on this one? Okay. Johnson, air traffic controllers, okay. Double-barreled low-end tornado threat. Hey, Jake Tapper, where's your book on Trump's brain turning to goo? Got him. That's another clown, Jake Tapper. Jake Tapper from CNN. I'm going to go on tour and write a book about how Biden was bad, but while I was CNN anchor, I was saying how good Biden was. And now Biden bad. Okay, Putin arriving somewhere. Huge. Union workers are breaking with Trump and demanding citizenship for undocumented workers, not deportation.
This seems to be a hot topic, so let's jump into it. All right? I'm talking about undocumented.
Hey, forget about it.
Documented workers today and how they're used and abused to undercut unions. And that's exactly what happens. I mean, the truth that so many people forget is unions built the American middle class. They built the American dream. All right? With many of its members being immigrants or sons of immigrants in search of a better life. And most achieved that and changed their economic situations for generations to come. It was all about opportunity. They got an opportunity and they took advantage of it. But what happens when companies break the rules to break the workers? I'll tell you what happens. They exploit them with the intention to keep them down and keep them scared. Corporate America, big business, and so many construction companies that we deal with on a day-to-day basis, they love cheap labor. And one way they can get it is by hiring undocumented workers, not because they care about workers or immigrants. It's because it's a way to drive down wages. Drive wages down to the ground for everyone. And when undocumented labor is exploited, it becomes harder or nearly impossible for unions to negotiate fair contracts. Or even compete financially with the non-union at all. Contractors will say to our organizers, they'll say, why should we pay union wages when we could get the job done half-ass for half the cost?
True.
Stuff our pockets with more profits.
With shittier supplies, too. Or overseas, non-American supplies.
Like, who cares if they get hurt on the job? Yeah. What are they going to do? What are they going to do about it?
What are you going to do, huh?
That's the mentality. And this hurts people. It hurts people that are just trying to make it, right? It hurts our good contractors that invest in their workers and respect their workers. It hurts unions. It hurts its members. It hurts everyone, directly and indirectly. And it undercuts the power of collective bargaining. It weakens union density. You know what's even worse? It creates resentment among workers, like turning brother against brother over all this bullshit, Instead of turning their anger where it really belongs, at the top. Which is, if you ask me, that's exactly part of the plan, right? It's politics, right? Politics. Well, the truth about politics is both parties have turned a blind eye to this for years. Because they all answer to donors and not the working people. We need immigration policy that protects all workers, including the undocumented, by bringing them into the fold, bringing them into the system, giving them a pathway to citizenship, not by using them as pawns to break ours. That's what's happening now. Look, if you want strong unions, fair wages, dignity on the job, then that means you're a patriot, in my book. And that fight starts right here. No more loopholes, no more silent exploitations, union strong or not at all. It's Union Proud Warrior everywhere, folks. Punch that follow button, and let's get to work.
Can that guy be our president? I'll vote for that guy. That guy for president. I know his name, Jimmy. Jimmy for president. Let's get him in there. Forget about it. I'm walking here. No, not a lie told. There's a lot of truth there for the union specifically, but the grander America at whole with all right-wing narratives, to be honest. There's not a single right-wing narrative that's true. Not one single one. Not one single conservative feeling or narrative is rooted in truth. None. Just think about that. Think about that. Think about that. We will release the Epstein list. The Epstein list is on my desk. There is no Epstein list. Nobody cares about Epstein. If you want the files released, you're weakling and no longer a Trump supporter. That's where we're at with it. Okay, we're on step 4 now. Okay, your Trump supporting is gone, and you are weak. You are weak in nothing now. So just congratulations. Isn't it fun being a Trump supporter? You're having fun. Having a good time, and not your whole family, unless you're a MAGA family, but even then there's probably some drama, big time. But you're not a MAGA, like lost family members over it. You know, you've lost, you've been uninvited from things. You know, a lot of people don't want to do much with you anymore. You're called names because you want to continue to follow a cult leader, and that's nobody's fault but your own. Okay, if you still support Trump, you shouldn't though. You should stop. You can do whatever the fuck you want, but like supporting Trump though is a guaranteed L, a guaranteed fucking L. Okay, and there's nothing cool about supporting Donald Trump, not one single thing. All right, y'all. Wow, 4 hour and 20 minutes. We'll call that a good one. We'll call a 4 hour and 20 minute stream. How about that? I think I'm done for today. A lot of news. Could do more, but I'm liking this. You know, I didn't go live yesterday. I was live on my gaming channel yesterday. Because some days if like all right, so say tomorrow there's nothing else new really, and like we just have more Epstein stuff, I'm probably not going to go live. All right, does that make sense? But like if we have big breaking news or something happens, like I missed Steve's covering the Alaska stuff right now, but and I guess I'll cover that in the future, but I'm pretty tired with news right now. But for breaking news, if that happens tomorrow, then for sure. But we'll see what the news looks like. But I don't want to stress myself out every day and like just keep repeating myself. That's the one thing I really don't like doing, is like, you know, I did it for a long time. For 3 years, I ranted and raved about all of this, and I'm not done doing that, but I guess I want to be more strategic with it, and I can do it more and do it longer if I'm not doing it every single day, right? And if there's breaking news every day, that's different, right? Because it's like different topics and different things, and like my brain can work a little easier there. But like on a day-to-day basis, like say tomorrow, there's really not a whole lot, and it's just more like politicians speak about the Epstein files. I'm not really going to go live for that stuff anymore. Okay. Or unless if there's just stuff like, you know, we can talk about every other day, right? I'm still posting. We're still posting. Social media posts happen all day long, every day. My personal social media, Mercado Media, we're still posting anything that happens, but it might not necessarily have a stream with it. Okay. Because I want to make sure that, you know, we got the best for the best when it comes up, when we need to. So I have the energy for it, and I'm not like completely mentally defeated. So while it'll be every other day though, at least for sure. Cause I think every other day there's plenty of news to cover. If we like give it a day, and then the following day we'll have that day's news, and then anything like yesterday, we really only had like a couple Trump statements on Epstein, but I was able to tell you guys about all that today. You know what I mean? So I feel like we can do better streams if like when there's non-breaking news, when there's stuff to talk about and stuff to do, because I react to the news. I don't like I have my feelings about MAGA, but I don't really know if am I a political influencer? I don't really know if I'm telling you have to vote one way or another. I guess we talk about politics, but I don't know, maybe I am, but I'm not. I'm like for example, like Destiny content or Hassan, or like shout out to Hutch. I like Hutch's content, but I just can't do politics all day like that. Like I really can't, actually. It really drives me up the wall because these people are stupid. Not the streamers, but I'm talking about like the politicians are dumb dealing with. Streamers can be stupid too, but I just can't do that stuff. I wish I could. I'd watch them and I'm like, dang, I really wish I could talk for 8 hours about politics a day, man. I just bored, bro. Or it's just like it reaches a point where I'm just like, you know, there's nothing else to talk about right now until maybe tomorrow. Maybe there'll be more to talk about tomorrow. Yeah, Senate voting on Trump's request for $9 billion in spending cuts. Yeah, we can talk about that tomorrow. We'll see. If you guys want to support Mercado Media, though, I got my birthday coming up on Saturday. My birthday request is support for the media company. We got live coverage tomorrow. I'll be on the ground in Minneapolis at 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central. I'll probably be there a little earlier, out downtown in Minneapolis. So for my birthday, I would like to just support for my channel and support for my work so I can keep doing it. You guys can donate to the Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. You can support the Buy Me a Coffee link, your memberships, your super chats, all that goes right back into the work I do. And we continue to get more and more, better. So thank you to everybody that's been doing that. Thank you to the few of you that have been sending the PayPals and the Cash Apps and all of the support there. Thank you to everyone that has so far. Thank you, Krista. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Anonymous, and a couple others so far that have sent to the PayPal Cash App. I appreciate that. So that's all I'm looking for my birthday, if you're wondering. Thank you again. Support any way you can. The best way you can support, though, is just to like, share, subscribe, follow, all that. It's easy to do. Okay, easy, free support to do. If you guys would like to support Ukraine, support the Car for Ukraine initiative with Renegade Chungus and Canty. Let's see where they're at now. If you would like to support Ukraine, they're still at 45 donations. They're getting close to the end of their overall campaign. So support Mercado Media. Consider supporting Ukraine if you would like to. Thank you to everybody for tuning in. I will be live on my gaming channel tonight as usual. And more stream coming. Thank you, Lenny. Thank you, Betty. Thank you so much. But come on over to Mercado Gaming. Okay. Death Stranding 2, episode 9. I got an hour-ish, because I want to go eat and have a safety meeting and kind of relax. But part 9, Death Stranding 2 on the beach. Great game. We have a little bit left of it now. We're reaching the ending of the game. So if you want to see the ending, we'll see if we finish it this stream. I don't know. I think there's still at least maybe 1 or 2 streams left of stuff, but we're getting there. We'll be very close to the ending by the end of this stream. So we'll see what happens. But come on over. Other games coming up. I'm going to be doing a crime game series. So we're going to be playing like The Godfather, which is, if you didn't know it was a video game, it is, and it's one of the best games too, actually. The Godfather game. We'll be playing that. We'll be playing Scarface. We'll be playing GTA 4. I want to do. And one of the Mafia games, because Mafia is coming out, the old country, which takes place in like the early 1900s Sicily, and it's like kind of like the Godfather 2. If you've seen The Godfather Part 2 when it opens and you're in Italy, that's what this Mafia game reminds me of. So that's coming out at the beginning of August. So after my Death Stranding 2 playthrough, we're going to be switching to some crime games. Get ready for Mafia. So come on over and check it out, you guys. I can't wait for that one. All right. Thank you again for watching. See you guys on my gaming channel. If not, if there's no breaking news tomorrow, we'll see what happens. But just like the channel, subscribe, join my Discord server so you get notifications. Make sure you got the notification bell turned on. But if not, if you ever need me, I'm live on my gaming channel. I'm not hiding. I'm always posting, or I'm always on a stream somewhere. I'm on my gaming or I'm doing something. So if where's Mercado been? I'm here, right here in this chair. Just might be doing other content. Okay. Well, I'm not tiring myself out with news every day, because it really is a lot. It can be a lot. But I don't want to, I don't want to overdo it. I don't want to overdo it, especially since when breaking news happens, we're locked in and we're live for what, like 11 hours, 12 hours sometimes or more. Or like we do a whole day of stream and then we got even more to do, or like, multiple days of like breaking news that can happen. And I just want to make sure I got, enough mental capacity for when those times come, we're ready to lock in. If I'm just daily just ranting about how bad Trump is, I'm just, when it comes time to really show how bad it is, I want to have more energy for that, because I can rant about them all day. Tomorrow there's a valid reason to go live and say how bad ICE is, or there's a valid reason to go live tomorrow and talk about what the big bullshit bill is doing to the American people. That's all important. So it doesn't mean it's not important. But we spent 4 hours ranting about it today. If I don't talk about it tomorrow, doesn't mean it's not happening. It just means it might not have anything more to add yet. But we're still following the timeline of events, right? We're still following his presidency. Still going to we're going to see this play out. It's going to affect people. The ICE raids are going to continue. It'll still be shown. It'll be felt. Stories will be heard. People will be talked to. But, I'm still one person. Shout out to Mercado Media. We got mods. Shout out to my mods. Mod Nikki for helping on the Facebook page when she can all the time. And thank you to everybody for all the support for Mercado Media. Okay, guys, have a good rest of your afternoon. I hope to see a lot of you on my gaming channel if you could. If not, again, like I said, I'll see the rest of you tomorrow. Have a good one. Peace.